Some really good cricket and some really spectacular views over the course of the next few hours. News of the toss and the teams as soon as we get it in terms of start times. Stay tuned for that. Hopefully enough dry weather between now and 6 o'clock to get a reasonably decent 50 over a side contest, and it might get reduced a little bit because of the delayed start, but we'll clarify all that just as soon as we know the details. But the players are out warming up, ground staff doing their final preparations. We'll bring you details of a potential start time, the toss and the teams just as soon as we have it.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50 over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think in a way this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes Leak and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's gone.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Threlkeld has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her fourth and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
Because ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Over crossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. Listen with the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lancashire setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through right through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper. Fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, a formidable individual. She's still so young, and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder, and it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my 2nd season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think, obviously, I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it. And I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello. How are you? Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Sadly,
we needed to do more. We wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
For me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And I had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and bowls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls! This is excellent by Titani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss from run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch, heaved away into the onside. They're up and running, their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. Thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so that they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket. 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. You know, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is the professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come and have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heap on strike.
That's in the air and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb.
Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood, and all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed now. They might get it here. It's gone high in the air, and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in the hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the finals. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Trauthausen. Bowled off stump, Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. Tip back out, what a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here, because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you're starting to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day. So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learning the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, like, we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today.
Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives up towards mid-arm and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Mahika go up to bowl the third over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah.
We'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them. So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. Balls hit firmly away. Heap comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away. Could be caught. Is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. It's a good-looking shot. Driven, and they've been caught. Gone behind square, and it's 4 runs. Dotting waits, Levick in, balls. Oh, the stumping chance, she's gone. She has been stumped. Threlkeld, the skipper. Levick balls. Threlkeld waiting. Levick in. Can't find a run here. Scores level, so just one more run now for Thunder. Run away behind square by Threlkeld. Thunder win the game. They do it inside 16 overs to get themselves that precious extra point as well. Job done for Thunder. Lovely actually. But the Thunder skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, is there to hit the winning runs.
Everyone in. I need everyone in. Grab your attention for a minute or so. That's absolutely fantastic. What a performance that is here. They've got all their top players. We didn't have our England players, but that performance is absolutely outstanding. The power play, the job we did in the power play, brilliant. The way we fielded, the catches we took, but how we calmly went around the run chase and played as well as we did is fantastic. But before I finish and hand over to Ellie, I want us to remember how it felt when we lost those first 2 games, because the character that you've shown, the environment that you've created, the sticking together from everybody, has enabled us to perform like that and come out like that. That's absolutely fantastic. But we must remember that, because those moments make us much, much stronger. The character, the determination and the fight, and then the quality has come out in the last 4 or 5 games. Absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff.
I think, girls, I'm fucking proud of us. I think if we'd have been sat here, if you said we'd have been sat here a few weeks ago, no one would have believed it, would they? So I think, like Shawsy said, it's testament to the people in this room and sticking together. And look, we're going to the finals day, and I think now let's take what we've done today into that. There's so many positives to come out from today. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Meeks at top, Tara, brilliant. I think Liv and Soph to come in and play under a pressure game like that, and to execute your skills like that was fantastic. It's brilliant to see. And then I think sometimes when you're chasing a low total, it's easy to go out there and just try and knock it around. I think the way we approached that batting innings is exactly what we want. I thought Dats, Fee in particular, you're outstanding today. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing, and we'll come home with the trophy.
A real highlight, I think, for both myself, all the staff, all the players. Fee Morris as a signing, how she's developed and then excelled in these games. Olivia Bell come through the academy and just taken straight into the system and performing admirably well. But it was just looking at the squad of like, we can do it. So I think it was really, really good thinking, right, this is your reward now. You've worked hard all winter, you've performed in these games, you've got finals day to look forward to.
I remember talking to people on social media, talking to my friends who are also Thunder fans. Everybody was buzzing about that.
I think it just goes to show that, you know, when people really put their mind to investing in something, then you really can make environments shift. And I actually think Thunder have really paved the way with how professionalism looks in the UK for women's cricket.
It's it's a legitimate career path, and that wasn't the case even a few years ago.
I have a daughter, she's 5, she's just started playing All-Stars. The fact that I know that she has the same opportunity as the little boys that she's playing with one day is hugely important. I'm very proud and privileged to have the chance to change the future for women and inspire a generation of girls.
The reason for us supporting the women is because we felt compelled to, and we want to make sure that the women have the same opportunities as the men.
Young girls now understand that cricket is a game that can provide them with a proper career. We're talking hundreds of girls, more than 100 girls right now, but hundreds in the future in the country at any one time can earn a living from professional cricket just as they can in the men's game.
Started playing when I was about 5 or 6, Stockport Georgians, and so just went down on Friday, just gave it a go, and like I thought it was great, I loved it, and sort of ever since I've played there, like club cricket, so when I was about 5, and that's how it went for me. When I was 12 or 13 I joined the Cheshire setup. That pathway had sort of merged with Lancashire and became the North West Thunder. That was very good, like very beneficial to me. I think, you know, there's pictures of me from 5-6 years ago with like a Lauren Runfield Hill or like a Kate Cross at a game, and I would have been like, you know, these are the best in the game, like these are the players that we all aspire to be. And I think how actually in the last couple of years, like it's so much more doable. It definitely, watching those players like growing up and stuff, like it almost felt a little bit like they were the trailblazers. Like it's great, like now it's absolutely great. To be where I am now is something I would never expected, and it's only something that seemed doable since joining Lancs. So I think that's been, you know, credit to them for a lot of it.
So, name Olivia Bell, and my role is a spinner.
Liv, feisty character, off-spin bowler, right-handed batter, really gets stuck in the field and has progressed the cricket unbelievably in the last 12 to 18 months.
Liv Bell's been fantastic, real breath of fresh air. You never quite expect a teenager to come in their debut season and have the impact she did.
Through Liv Bell, what an absolute superstar she's been. For her to come in and step up as such a youngster, you know, just shows the depth and strength that we have in our squad.
For me, I don't think the career element came until about 18 or 19, so only about a year or two ago. I definitely feel lucky. I think for me, like, the career path has been simply easier than an Ellie or a Kate in terms of having that much cricket on with that high standard and backing behind us. I think that's something they didn't get. It's clear that we have very good support here, the best in the circuit potentially, and I think that's something that can never be taken away from Hilton and from Lancs, and the way that they've supported us has been beyond what any other region is capable of. I'd hope people can see what I've done and see the support that I've had, and I think if anything it's just shown that there is a path, like there is a career. You can go from playing under 13s minor county to be a professional cricketer in less than 7-8 years. For me, there's nothing better than being able to show that that's possible and have as many girls try and follow and do the same thing and hopefully, you know, overtake me and do better. Firstly, I think the belief that we can get there now will be there, and I think that's something we've never had before. Now that tournament and that trophy's there for the taking and anyone can go and win it, and I think we've got to use sort of that disappointment in that finals day to fuel our training for the winter and to fuel our motivation to go and do one better next year.
I think the 2023 season was just a huge part of what this journey is for Thunder, and the belief in the group now to know that Thunder could be the team next year.
There is a broader network involved in this. There's a support group that surrounds the players. There's people at the club, there's the sponsors, there's the players. So that would have been a very special day to have got to New Road, to have played in that finals day would have been great, and fingers crossed more.
We've supported the team for a long time. The fact that they're getting to finals day, semi-final, big showcase matches is fantastic for us to see.
You know, the first time you're in a final, I think they'll always remember that. They'll remember that feeling. And that feeling is something that you can kind of take with you and put it into future appearances, future campaigns as well.
Girls are going to be confident next year going into the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
What an experience like that does is it starts to build your inner belief system. The fact that the team have now got to a playoff and know that they're capable of doing that should give them a lot more confidence going into this next season.
We couldn't be proud. I mean, it was an incredible achievement for them to make finals day and to be part of that journey and to have played some role in that. We were extremely proud to see that happen.
We are this year, 2024, at an inflection point where things are going to change, things are being handed back to the counties, and therefore more is going to be asked of them. But every county should sit up and realise that there's an opportunity there and one to grasp.
It's so exciting where the women's game is. People are excited by cricket, not just men's cricket, women's cricket. It's that as a whole. There are so many exciting
Well, welcome back to Sedbergh School. Good news. The two captains are out here in the middle with the two umpires. We're about to have the toss because we're due to start in about 25 minutes. 12 o'clock start. We have lost a little bit of time. It's now being reduced to 43 overs per side this game. So from 50 overs to 43 overs. But that's not too bad. At least we've got quite a good game of cricket to look forward to. And the weather forecast actually is quite dry now. So even though there were one or two areas of concern for the umpires, they should dry out now and we should be able to get a full game of cricket in. So this is the warm-up fixture ahead of the one-day cup starting in full on Wednesday. Lancashire are back here at Sedbergh School on Wednesday when they take on Durham in the first group match. So it's a traditional kind of national counties warm-up fixture with Lancashire up against Cumbria, and it's a traditional part of the season now really, where each county plays their neighbouring national county side, and it's kind of a nice way to link in between the first class county and the national county, and it's a nice way to start the competition. So that's been kind of a traditional thing. Lancashire have played Cumbria now to start this one-day cup for a couple of seasons, and they've played up here at the lovely Sedbergh School for the last couple of years as well as part of their one-day preparations. As you can see, Lancashire's captains George Balderson, Keaton Jennings, having had a pretty busy few weeks. Lancashire's T20 side is taking a rest, so Balderson will captain the side. The toss has just taken place, as we've just seen. We'll find out what's happening after this little picture is taken place. We'll find out whether Lancashire are going to have a bat or bowl first here, and we'll see if we can work out what Lancashire's side will be. I suspect a little combination of some experienced players and some of the younger lads as well being given a chance. Let's hear what George has to say. Captain Balderson, what's the news?
So they've won the toss. We're batting first. It's hopefully going to be a good day. It was a little bit wet, the outfield this morning, but they've got it dried up nice and quickly, and it's going to be good to get out there. And we've got a young side, but it's a good opportunity. Yeah,
you've got a mixture of some first-team players, yourself obviously skipper in the side, and some younger lads. How exciting is that?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. This whole comp offers a different sort of opportunity to some people, myself included, with the white ball stuff, and it's just exciting to get out here and get to play some cricket. We do enjoy coming here and playing, especially when it's dry. So it's just a good opportunity for everyone.
And for you to skipper, I think you skippered this match last year too, didn't you? Did you enjoy that, and how much are you looking forward to it again?
Yeah, it's a different challenge. It just, I guess as an individual, challenges you in different areas slightly, but it's something I enjoy doing. Always looking to try and be a leader within the group, so hopefully I can show that today and get us a win. And
looking ahead to the competition starting in full on Wednesday, George, how optimistic are you that again you can progress and try and get to the latter stages?
Yeah, it's always the aim. I think it doesn't matter what comp you're playing in, whether we're a bunch of young lads or not. The expectation at this club is to go and win and compete. Yes, we are young, but we've got some of the best young players in the country, and we can mix it with anyone. So the aim is to still go and win the tournament, and I think everyone's aware of that. But there's also an allowance in a way that there's, a new group of players together, so it might take a little bit of time to settle in, but we expect to win.
Cool. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. George Bolson there. The news from the toss here is that Lancashire are going to have a bat first. There is that mixture of some younger players, as George mentioned, like Sir Harry Singh is going to play. Rocky Flintoff is playing as well. We'll run through the full teams for you in full. We're underway at midday, so not too far away. 43 overs aside. Join us for that.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's Yuki.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's that? How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
There's certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was talked over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Yeah? Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face is what a Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Lanky and friends are visiting a local cricket club and are outside on the pitch. They're joined by Twinkle, the mascot for All Stars Cricket.
This is the bestest day of all time. Can you see all those children playing?
Yeah?
Well, they are our friends and could be future cricket stars.
At All Stars Cricket, you can learn how to play like your heroes.
We learn how to throw underarm and overarm with small balls and big balls.
And how to catch them too.
And how to hit a moving ball with a bat.
It's so much fun.
With all the games, we make a lot of friends.
And everyone learns how to be good sports people, working as a team and being nice to each other, even if you're playing against each other.
Go on, you lot. Go and play.
Woohoo!
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint choc chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy. I've
That's
not. Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and
Yeah.
I was like, this cannot carry on. I
No,
can't
that
be
should be your
known.
thing.
I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice creams now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day, but if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know
Yeah.
what's the word? Strawberry chocolate vanilla. That one where you can
Done.
get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was
Okay.
probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. And I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do anything, everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. I was like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're going up.
That was it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier, definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school. When all the girls in PE went to do netball, I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were
my
playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
like
quick,
quick.
yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well. So always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her.
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get two for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, two for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you were, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah, I was like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England because
really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends, which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so. And your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh and you kind of say what you think and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Wait, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute. But you mentioned something earlier about playing for England.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always an ambition? And then How does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England.
Mm-hmm.
And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon. He was like, see you on Monday. I was like, all right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler. Like, and he was like, no, you're in the squad. I was like, pardon?
Wow.
Like,
how old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Like I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so like oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan had it on.
I wanna fly the world, I wanna fly better. Take me where the weather's good, when we are together.
Welcome to Set the Score then. We're just about to get underway this National Counties warm-up fixture between Cumbria and Lancashire, and thankfully the rain from kind of overnight and early this morning is eased. Ground staff are doing well.
For Cumbria from the Evans end, Freddie Fallows.
We've got a little delay, an hour or so. We should have started at 11 o'clock, but the 50 over per side match is reduced down to 43, but the forecast actually is alright for the rest of the day, so I think we should be okay, I think. And then, as we can see, we've got George Bell opening the batting for Lancashire. Freddie Fallows with a first delivery of this match, just eased away for no run by Bell. So we'll run through the two sides for you, and we'll have a look at what this kind of fixture means and the build up to the course of the One Day Cup. Lancashire batting first. Cumbria win the toss and Lancashire batting first. Dabbed away again by Bell up towards the leg side, and there's no run. Harry Singh's the batter at the non-strikers end for Lancashire. Going to play back to Fallows off his own bowling. Got themselves a slip in place here, have Cumbria for the first over of the match. Calmly played away again by Bell, and there is no run. As Fallows around the wicket to Bell and punched up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Ground staff have done well. The umpires were quite keen, I think, to try and get out there and play. There was one or two areas of the outfield that were a little bit of a concern for the umpires, but conditions have dried up. Spell off the back foot defends. That's first over complete, starting with a maiden, Cumbria, and Freddie Fallows, who bowls the first over of this match. So yeah, 40. It says 49 on screen, but we are reduced to 43 overs per side. So that sure that'll get adjusted, but the overs remaining on the screen there, not up to date. Not going to be 50 overs. It's 43, having lost. Having lost an hour of play this morning. So this is how the two sides are lining up today. Lancashire with a kind of mixture of some younger players and some senior pros there as well. Josh Bell and Harry Singh opening the batting. The rest of this Lancashire side, George Lavelle, George Balderson, who captains the team, as he did here in this fixture last year. And then Rocky Flintoff, Jack Blatherwick, Tom Bailey, Will Williams, Josh Boydham, Ollie Sutton and Jack Morley making up the Lancashire side. So some first team players in that and some younger lads as well. First run of the match is Harry Singh just steering it very nicely out towards the deep backward square leg boundary for four. Nicely clipped away by Singh. Just flicked off his leg stump with a couple of slips in place. And 4 runs for Harry Singh, 4 for Lancashire. Sharpen again. Played to mid-on and there's no run. Singh played in this fixture for Lancashire last year as well. In fact, these two both opened the batting for Lancashire in this game last year. Again, that was a game that was reduced due to a bit of rain around overnight and before the play was due to start. It'll be single for Singh. He moves on to 5, as indeed to Lancashire. So looking at that team that played here, Lancashire won the match here last year by 47 runs. Bell and Singh, and Balderson, Villas, Lavelle, Hurst, Aspinwall, Kian Dixon. After Dickinson was Blatherwick, Boyden and Morley from last year. Nice shot by Bell, steered away through the offside. He'll come back for 3, I reckon. Yeah, quite a lot of ground to make up. Bell does run 3. And Lancashire move on to 8. So this is the kind of now what's becoming a precursor to the One Day Cup campaign. National county side playing their neighbouring first class counties. And there's lots of these games taking place around the country today. And Lancashire against Cumbria here at Sedbergh School for the last couple of years, building up to the One Day Cup, which gets underway midweek. Lancashire back here on Wednesday against Durham. And clipped nicely by Singh. Away towards the backward square leg boundary. We'll come back for 2 and that completes the over. Actually, this is 10 coming off that. Singh on 7, Bell on 3. It's a 10 without loss after 2. So yeah, we've got fixtures all around the country in these kind of showcase games. So we've got Oxfordshire playing Middlesex and Suffolk playing Essex. Cornwall against Somerset, Lincolnshire against Nottinghamshire, Sussex against Hertfordshire, Staffordshire taking on Warwickshire, the Wales national county up against Worcestershire, Cambridgeshire, Surrey, Cheshire, Derbyshire, Wiltshire against Glamorgan, Norfolk against Northamptonshire. Over number 3. Defended by Bell, and there's no run. You've got Northumberland against Durham, Shropshire against Yorkshire, and Dorset against Hampshire. So some brilliant games all around the country. Second over then of the game for Freddie Fallows. Yeah, Bell off the front foot in defence, and there's no run. So we'll keep you across what's happening in some of the other games. Looks like everyone's playing actually. We had a delay here, but it was the only delay. Everyone else starting on time. Runs for Bell. How many? At least a couple. All the way for 4. Nicely timed by Bell. He moves on to 7, so 14 without loss. Swept away. Freddie Fallows opened the bowling for Cumbria last year in this fixture as well. Bowled 7 overs for 39. Dabbed away to the onside by Bell. Alistair Craig is the wicket-keeper for Cumbria with the gloves on. Oh, 3 overs gone. Just that boundary 4 coming off it. So Bell on 7, Singh on 7. And Lancashire 14. Without loss. George Boberson, captain in Lancashire in this fixture, as he did 12 months ago. Keaton Jennings being rested for this one. Called a wire by the umpire. It's been a busy few weeks, hasn't it, in T20 cricket, and quite a few members of that Lancashire T20 side now will be disappearing to join up with their respective 100 sides. Jennings rested for this one, so he'll come back into it on Wednesday. Allows Balderson the chance to captain Lancashire for this competition, as it has been for the last 2 or 3 years. A chance for some of the young players to try and get a chance in the first team. First real shout for LBW. Not out. Decent shout. The slips fancied that. Maybe just potentially sliding away down the leg side. Sam Sharp into his second over of the game. It's calmly defended away by Harry Singh. full ball, which driven towards mid-off, and there's no run. Just looking at Harry Singh's scores in the second 11 over the last few weeks. Bowled a little bit as well. Off spinner. Run away through backward point, probably before. Even with a little bit of rain around last night and early morning, slightly soft outfield, but threw it out wide and steered away nicely. Singh moves on to 11, 19 without loss. Harry Singh getting 50 in the second 11 match. A couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire. It's in the air with a slip slope down towards third man boundary and 4 more. Push wide by Sharp and Singh. Guides it down to third man for 4 more. He moves on to 15 to 23 without loss. 4 overs gone. That second 11 match I mentioned where Singh got a 50 a couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire. Also included Ollie Sutton, who's named in this Lancashire side today. He picked up 3 for 29 in that game. I'll see Ollie Sutton a little later on, left arm fast bowler. Played some second team cricket for Worcestershire as well. A single for Bell as he works it behind square, moves on to 8, 24 without loss. Third over on the spin this for Freddie Fallows. Take a single, play just down the ground. Singh moves on to 16, 25 without loss. That'll be 4 to end the over. Bell cutting that delivery from Fallows out towards the point boundary. And completes the 5th over. That's looking short by Bell. Strong hands. Shake of the head by Freddie Fallows. Decent over that. A little wide to end it. Got Bell cutting. Sharp starts his third over then of the morning. Left by Singh. Sharpen again. Singh plays, the ball just slides back in. Nice delivery. Snicks away past the edge of the bat. I guess you're batting first here. It definitely feels like conditions in which you'd want to bowl first. Sharp again. It's the front foot by Singh, trying to find a way through the offside, but he can't. Yeah, played in this game last year, Harry Singh. Thought maybe it's off the inside edge down towards square leg. May have been one of those younger players that could potentially have found a place in Lancashire's one-day side last year. In what turned out to be a pretty good one-day competition, having reached the quarter-finals, as that's the final ball of the over. A maiden there for Sam Sharp. 29 without loss. Yeah, Lancashire in the Metrobank One-Day Cup last year, reaching the quarter-finals, or the playoff match, I think, wasn't it? Losing to Gloucestershire in Bristol. Of course, Dale Benkenstein, now Lancashire's head coach, was head coach of that Gloucestershire side. It's a great win for Gloucestershire in Bristol on that occasion. It was a terrific performance. Fallows to start their latest overnight delivery. Bringing Bell forward, the ball slides past the bat. Left arm spinner. And clipped to mid-wicket by Bell, and there's no run. Up and over. Mid-off by Bell. Takes him to 13, 30 without loss. Yeah, Singh didn't get his chance in Lancashire's one-day side last year, having played the warm-up match, but because off the back foot and defends to mid-on, there's no run. But again, it was a pretty tough side to try and break into, even with a lot of players away playing in the 100. Still Jennings and Barnum, Bailey, Croft, Balderson, Bell, Williams, all first team players. It's a wide. All featuring last year in the one-day competition for Lancashire. half a step forward from Singh and just plays the ball calmly away into the offside, no run. This is 4th over on the spin by Freddie Fallows. That completes the over. 7 gone. 31 without loss. Bell 13 and Singh on 16 here at Sebba School, where we're in our media marquee, all by myself today, but that's all right. Sure, we'll have a guest or two at some point through the course of the afternoon. Otherwise, you're listening to me all day. Nobody wants that. 13 Bell, Singh on 16. 7 overs gone. Sharp in again. Left by Bell. Through to the keeper, no run. So for Lancashire's one-day competition, it starts on Wednesday against Durham, and then, goodness, it's right into a bit of a road trip. It's off to Blackpool on the Sunday. And then Derbyshire and Somerset and Taunton. And Southampton, rather, over the course of the following week. So, yeah, pretty busy schedule coming up. And it's called a wide again. Sent a couple. Too far outside the off stump, sharp. Slightly tight to line, but again, Bell leaving. Fallows at first slip. The third man down on the edge of the boundary point. Cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket and square leg. Driven away nicely enough by Bell. Will be scooped up on the boundary here and cover. Oh, and they've hurried back for 2. That's nicely run by Bell and Singh. Bell moves on to 15. Solid looking front foot defence by Harry Singh. Wicket takers for Cumbria last year in this fixture. As Matthew Siddle picked up 2, Sam Sharp got 1, but he got George Bell. Also a wicket for Nico Watt, and for Ed Moulton, once of Lancashire. End of the over. Sharp's bowled 4 overs. Good stop at mid-wicket as Fallows gets him for his 5th over on the spin. Bowled nicely, Freddie Fallows with his left arm spin. Captain of Cumbria fielding at mid-off. Nice shot by Bell. Nice use of the feet. It's a step down the pitch and lifts it up and over wide mid-on. Flapped that up a little bit, Fallows. It just got Bell coming forward. Timed it well. Takes him to 20. Past the keeper, down towards the boundary. It's gone for byes, nothing on it. 4 byes, a call from the umpire. That looked like that bounced quite a bit. Dot ball to complete the over. So 9 gone, 43 without loss. Bell on 20, Singh on 16. Good start by Freddie Fallows, 5 overs for 16. He's played some second team cricket for Leicestershire in the past. Dabbed away off the back foot by Harry Singh. It's a nice ball, just bringing Singh onto the front foot, and the ball slides through. Better start to Sharp's 5th over. That just a little wide at times, especially to Bell. That's another good ball. Fielded well off his own bowling, thumped back down towards him on the bounce. Wasn't a chance, it was driven firmly into the ground by Singh. Did well to stop it. It's a good start to his fifth over this by Sharp, probably his best so far. Beaten the bat a couple of times. Just be a single. Clipped away through square leg by Singh. Moves on to 17, 44 without loss. Final ball of his fifth over. It's a dot ball, good over that by Sharp. So 10 overs gone, 44 without loss. A little sprinkling of spectators around the ground. Sebba School, right in the kind of heart of the village is the school. The village centre just a couple of 100 yards away, surrounded by the fells. It's a chilly day, there's plenty of jackets on and jumpers, and spectators kind of all huddled into their seats, trying to keep warm. At least it's dry. It's had a bit of rain, this fixture, in the last couple of years. This warm-up match, in fact, indeed, the one-day cup games here previously have had
change of bowling for Cumbria from the Evans
pretty
end.
poor weather.
Josh Brown.
Got our first bowling change. Having had 5 overs of Freddie Fallows and his left arm spin. Josh Brown replacing him from the Evans end of the ground. Single off the first ball. It's a 45 without loss. It just gets past backward point. Better looking to cut the ball away, but he does well actually, because it was hit firmly. He's got something on it. Good work. Teammate coming up to congratulate him and probably save a couple of runs there. Brown in again. This will be a single played away through point. .47 without loss. Josh Brown's only 18. Playing for Cumbria for the first time. His debut came just last month for Cumbria, the 18-year-old. Played against Lincolnshire in a one-day trophy match. Single again for Bell. He's run out towards deep point. Lancashire edging towards that 50 mark. Steady start for youngster Josh Brown. Just 4 coming off his first over. We've had 11 overs of this game here at Sedbergh School on Lancs TV, and we're on the BBC Sport website and app for this National Counties warm-up fixture between Cumbria and Lancashire. Single down to third man by Bell. Brown out on the third man boundary fielding. Stopped by the keeper. Singh just trying to glance it away off his pads down towards fine leg. Since the 12th over, 49 without loss. Singh on 19 and Bell on 23. I promised you a couple of guests. Didn't want to subject you to me for the entire afternoon. And I'm pleased to say that Tom Bailey's joined us for a little while. I'll get through for a bye. Umpire's called that wide as well. So Lancashire edging. I just got to that 50 mark in the 12th over. 51 without loss. Tom, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Scott.
You
Thanks
okay?
for the invite.
Well, no, thank you for coming. The invite's open to anybody to come and join me today.
I'll let the lads know.
Please do. Please do, yeah. Please do. Sharp. They'll defend, and again, there's no run. So how you doing? How's your last few weeks been?
Yeah, all good. Feeling fresh coming into this comp. Had a few weeks off since the Southport game, so you know, looking forward to what is always a decent comp.
How's it been for you the last couple of, well, it's a month really, isn't it? Because we had that T20 block of about 8 games, and then the 2 championship matches, and then the back to T20 cricket. So you've had the Red Bull window, haven't you, in the middle of it for you personally? How have you kind of found all that? Has it been a bit odd not featuring too much? How have you managed to kind of keep yourself sharp, that type of thing?
Oh, I mean, there's always time for me to go and do my bowling down at Old Trafford or wherever it is, but you know, I've really enjoyed it. It's just nice, you know, the schedule is, if you do play all 3 formats, it's a very hectic schedule, so and having played in the T20s over the last few years, you know, normally getting up to this stage my body's a bit sore, so it's nice to be coming into this fresh.
It's got to be a really important part of a season, isn't it? It's a long old season, and you start with 6 or 7 championship matches on the spin to begin with. That's the end of the 12th over as well, 53 without loss. So having those, trying to manage that volume of cricket must be, especially for a fast bowler, it's got to be really important, isn't it?
It has, yeah. Like I said, if you're playing all 3 formats, then you're trying to sort of limit your overs. You know, for me, last 3 weeks has just been trying to make sure I don't drop down too much, you know, avoid any injuries. But like I said, there's been plenty of opportunity to get some overs in somewhere. But like I said, I've enjoyed the break, and it's just nice to be fresh in late July.
Brown's going to start his second over of the game. Singh plays nicely to mid-on for no run. And for you so far, how have you found the season? What's your kind of assessments of the first couple of months?
Oh, I mean, it was a difficult start, but you know, having lost a big chunk of our first team squad last year, and you know, a completely new coaching setup, just needed a bit of time just for everyone to adjust and build those relationships and get used to all that. And I think that's what you've seen. Sort of the last month and a half of cricket has been really good as a whole, and you know, hopefully into the business end of the season now, hopefully keep that going.
Yeah, that little spell before the first block of T20 games, the victory at Blackpool, the draw against Warwickshire, you return with a really good win at Canterbury, the performance against Nottinghamshire at Southport. Does it feel like it's starting to click a little bit now?
Yeah, it does. I think, you know, when new coaches come into the setup and bring fresh ideas, you know, and everyone gets excited, and we're talking about all these new things that we're going to try, and you know, how to, you know, most importantly, win games at Old Trafford. And you can quite easily forget the basics and the foundations, which is, you know, we worked out pretty early that that's where we were going wrong. You know, so we went back to the basics, back to the foundations, and then built up from there. And like I said, it's shown in our cricket over the last 6 weeks.
Is it important to kind of take stock as well? You mentioned the change at the club, off the field, the coaching setup changing. I mean, that sense of it just starting to get the balance and starting to work together, I mean, that will take a little bit of time, won't that? It doesn't just happen with a couple of months in pre-season, I guess.
No, and you know, Banks has been really good. He wants to build relationships up with players. You know, it's so hard for, especially a completely new coaching setup, to come in and expect to know the players on a personal level, each one of them. So you know, and we knew that would take time, and I think it did. Obviously, it showed in the results at the start of the season. But at the moment, it's a very happy camp, I'd say.
The two games we've had in the middle of this T20 kind of window, and I know we're about to move into One Day Cup, and we'll look at that in a bit more detail in a minute or two. But the win at Canterbury was an outstanding 4 days, wasn't it? Would that be the kind of the complete performance so far, do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we weren't, you know, the last few years we haven't done too much wrong, and I think winning at Kent, especially, you know, on a flat pitch, and getting that performance, you know, performing the way we did, you know, that's what we want our cricket to be. You know, and one of the things we've talked about is trying to get results at Old Trafford, because it is such a tough pitch to go and take 20 wickets on. And if we can keep doing what we did at Kent, at Old Trafford, then we'll put ourselves in a really good position.
First bowling change from the pole end of the ground. The opening spell from Sam Sharp, 6 overs for 29, comes to an end. Ben Walkden replacing him. 56 without loss. Bell 26 and Singh on 21. Singh on strike. Run down to third man for a single. And trying to force wins at Emirates Old Trafford, Tom, and you know, the pitches are good there, aren't they? The nature of the pitches there don't change particularly that much, I wouldn't have thought. So how do you go about trying to find a way to win a little bit more at Old Trafford? Of course, last season everybody drew there. There wasn't a single win either for Lancashire or the opponents.
And I think you know, you throw the weather into the mix as well. I think we average about just over 3 days of cricket there, so we're playing on the flattest pitch in the country and got to try and win in 3 days. It's a difficult task.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, Banks has been really good. He's wanted to try, you know, playing on different pitches. You know, we played Kent at home, which had, you know, pace throughout the game. Obviously, we were on the wrong end of that. But I think if we were to play on that now, considering how we've learnt from those first 6 weeks, I think we'd be in a far better position to take a positive result out of that game. But yeah, from over the last few years, it's been very difficult to take those 20 wickets.
.26 to Bell. Final delivery of the 14th over. Into the dot balls. Just a single coming off Ben Walkden's first over of the match. We've had 14, 57 without loss. Bell on 26, Singh on 22. Tom Bailey with me here in the Sebba marquee. Just having a little chat about the start of the season for Lancashire. For you personally, Tom, do you feel like it took a little bit of time to kind of get your season going a little bit?
Yeah, it did. I wasn't happy with how I started. They gave me a week off in the Durham game at Blackpool. And worked on a few things with a few of the coaches. And felt like I'd found some rhythm and have stuck with that. And I feel like I'm back to normal ways now, which is good.
I guess your consistency has been kind of so good, hasn't it, for so long? Any kind of drop off from that as Brown starts his next over. Singh drives away through the covers for a single, and he's quite noticeable, isn't it? I mean, it's a credit to your levels of consistency over the last 5 or 6 years, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's obviously not something I've experienced in the last few years, so it was a bit of a shock, but obviously needed to find a solution pretty quickly. And like I said, I feel like I've sorted that out now, and we can just focus on trying to win games.
Is there anything in particular that you kind of changed, or did something different, or?
Yeah, it's just I've sort of gone to a new load up in my action. I feel like I've got stronger over the winter, and my sort of current load up didn't allow me to. I was running in faster, so I wasn't able to sort of create a stable base at the crease, which meant my consistency wasn't there. So as soon as I figured that out, like I said, everything felt back to usual.
How tricky is it to try and identify that and then try and fix it kind of in a season?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, like I said, not being involved in the white ball stuff so far has been good, because it's allowed me to work on things in training. I think the difficulty when you're playing all 3 formats is that you're bowling that many overs in games that whenever you do have a training session, the physio's always saying, it's probably best not to bowl. So for the guys who are playing all 3 formats, it's so difficult to be able to, if you want to work on something, it's so difficult to find the time, because before you know it, you're back on the field again and playing. And when you are playing, you normally just stick to what you know. You don't want to try too much during a game. Sure.
Might be worth 4. It will be, I think. Driven away by Singh through cover. A shot for 4. Good start by Harry Singh and by George Bell. A little bit of width there in from Brown, and jump right into it. 63 without loss. And that is the end of the 15th over. I've got to ask you, Tom, about Southport. I've got to ask you about what it was like to be on the pitch when Anderson was doing what he was doing.
Well, we've seen it for 20 years, haven't we? But yeah, it's nothing different really. Just Jimmy doing Jimmy things. I mean, I think he wanted to prove that he's still got it, which clearly he has. And at nearly 42 years of age, doing what he's doing, and there's no question he could have done it for another couple of years. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to be on the field with him.
when that was all happening, and that spell that he had, 10 overs, wasn't it? 10 overs, 6 for 19, something like that. As a group of players, are you able to do you kind of take it all in? I mean, how much are you chatting about what's going on out there? How much are you just trying to experience the moment and share it with Jimmy and that type of thing? What's it like being out in the middle when you've got someone as good as him doing what he was doing?
Oh well, I mean, considering he was retiring the week after, you're almost desperate not to take a wicket, and you just, because it would have been great. It would have been great for him to get all 10, because he took the first 6, I think.
So was that being mentioned then? Can you get all 10?
No.
Right.
I think it was the other way. I remember Nathan Lyon coming to me and just thanking me that I've taken a wicket, because he was making us all look like club cricketers at one stage. But yeah, I don't think the crowd were too happy when I did take that wicket.
You mentioned Nathan Lyon as well. It was really interesting to hear what Nathan was saying after that day about how odd it was that he was saying well bowled Jimmy and he was saying nicely bowled Gary, which I thought was really nice to hear that conversation from Nathan Lyon. What was that like as well, having those two in the same team?
Two greats of the game, and two great blokes as well. I think just that that respect was there from each other, and they got on fine. But yeah, to see two blokes like that playing on the same field together was just it was pretty special.
One ball left of the 16th over here. 65 without loss. Bell 28 and Singh on 28. I guess it'd be nice to see him play for Lancashire again, wouldn't it? But
it would. I've been in his ear a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, the hunger's still there. He loves cricket. That's his passion. And whilst he still feels whilst he still feels he's fit, he's not made a decision yet. But I think like I said in his interview after the England game, he's just taking it day by day, see how this summer goes with his coaching, and I'm sure he will make a decision at some point. But yeah, it would be nice for him to play a few games.
16 overs gone, 69 without loss. Bell 32 and Singh on 28. And just looking ahead to the next month or so then, Tom, with the one-day cup, it obviously underway in full on Wednesday. Got to that quarter-final last year, got to the final of it, and was that the year before or the year before that? Either way, but there's a knockout stage last year and a final the other year. You feel as though you're equipped to compete again?
Yeah, we've got a strong squad, and the youngsters coming through have shown real promise. So it's going to be exciting to see what they can do out in the field. But, we're playing this tournament to win it, and hopefully we can go all the way.
Feels like it's a competition that obviously playing alongside the 100 allows other players a chance to perform, doesn't it? But when you're all in it together, and for example you're off to that run of away games next week, isn't it, away from home basically for a week, does it feel a little bit kind of close-knit, this format, because it's a slightly smaller squad and you're kind of all in it together, that type of thing?
Yeah, definitely. I think the good thing about our squad is it's always had that feel. Guys have stayed connected between the first and seconds, and Banks is a real sort of advocate for that. So when we do get to this stage, it just feels a little bit tighter, but even the guys off in the 100, they'll still be following these games and supporting us just like we will with them. But it's a great comp. I love it.
Yeah, and having got to that final at Trent Bridge the other year and not able to go on and win it, is there a determination there to try and see if you can lift a trophy? It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been a while, yeah. I mean, you always want to try and do one better than you have done, and like I said, I do think we've got the squad to go out there and compete and hopefully lift that trophy at the end of the season.
It starts on Wednesday here against Durham, and then Blackpool on the Sunday, and then bit of a road trip. Then we're off to Derbyshire and to Somerset and to Southampton after that. So you kind of got to hit the ground running a bit, haven't you? Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a short comp, so you do need to start well, otherwise it can be hard trying to claw it back. But yeah, guys are just keen to get going on Wednesday, especially there's not many that have played in the T20s in this team, so it's, we've not played cricket for a while, or I haven't, definitely, so yeah, guys are itching to get going.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining us, Tom.
Thanks for having me. I'll send the next one down.
Please, if you could just line them up in an orderly queue, that would be excellent.
Absolutely.
Cheers, Tom. Cheers. Tom Bailey joining us here on Lancs TV. A little natter about the last few weeks. What have we had now? 17 overs gone. I didn't ask you about your bucket hat. I should have done that. 71 without loss. Bell 33. Singh on 29. This is a pretty good start for Lancashire. Very solid opening partnership. I'm not sure we've got that desperate that Colin's going to come on commentary just yet, but it's nice for him to come and sit down next to me anyway. So, into the 18th over. Cumbria have used the 4 bowlers so far. Beats Singh on the inside edge, that through to the keeper. We've had Freddie Fallows 5 overs for 16 at the top, and then Sam Sharp 6 overs for 29. Youngster Josh Brown is only 18, made his Cumbria debut a few weeks ago. He's bowled 4 overs and started well from the Evans end, 4 overs for 15, and Ben walked into his 3rd over. Singh on 29. Takes a single, just nudged away to mid-wicket. Moves on to 30. Brings Bell back on strike. Bell made 31 in this game last year. Played, whipped away, plenty of bottom hand on that through mid-on. He's timed that beautifully for 4. Lovely looking shot. George Bell moves on to 38, 77 without loss. Played every game last year in the One Day Cup for Lancashire, George Bell. And a very good competition as well, averaging cut away for a single, yeah, averaging just under 35, a couple of 50s in the One Day Cup last year. So we've got 237 runs, top score of 78 last year in the One Day Cup. So 1 ball left of the 18th over. Singh drives away into the offside, and there's no run. So that completes the over. 18 gone. Bell on 39. Singh on 30. Excellent start by Lancashire. Batting first here at Seb. The score 78 without loss. Josh Brown to continue. Work down to Freddie Fallows at third man for a single by Bell. His inside edge, that sink past his off stump. We had a good fortune for him. Good start this by Josh Brown. I mentioned his debut for Cumbria came in a one-day trophy match against Lancashire. That was at the back end of last month. 18-year-old from Cockermouth. Was on Cumbria Cricket's under-18s pre-season tour of Sri Lanka. It's a good stop at mid-on. Bell will come back for two. Score moves on to 82 without loss. A little bit of width there, and that's worked away by Bell for one. 83 without loss with a delivery to go at the 19th over. Yeah, a little appeal for a stumping there. Well taken by the keeper, who flicked off the veils. Shake of the head by the square leg umpire. So that's 19 gone. 5 coming off that over. 83 without loss. Mentioned that the games are taking place elsewhere in this competition. Looks like the majority of the first class counties are batting first. Is probably be a bit of an understanding that that would happen. That you'd have the first class county batting first. And I think that's it in all but 2 matches. That is happening. Pulled away to square leg by Bell for one. 84 without loss. Durham, who Lancashire play here on Wednesday, aren't batting first. They're taking on their national county neighbours Northumberland. I'm just looking through that Durham side at who's playing. A mixture, like most sides, of 1 or 2 experienced players and 1 or 2 of the younger players featuring for for Durham. Thickish edge down to third man. Singh moves on to 32. One of the players playing for Durham in their match at Northumberland is Hayden Mustard. His dad, Phil Mustard, had a very brief stint actually at Lancashire, but played for Durham and of course for England. Well, Hayden Mustard is his 18-year-old son, and he's featuring for Durham against Northumberland today, so maybe we might see Hayden play on Wednesday. In fact, this is the current scene in the match between Northumberland and Durham. So Northumberland are batting first, 129 for 5. Singh will come back for 2 here. Played away off the front foot through the covers. Yeah, so quite a young Durham side, but there's 1 or 2 experienced players. They've got Paul Coughlin, who's captain in the team, Scott Borthwick, who is actually the club captain, Michael Jones, Ben McKinney, who played against Lancashire in the T20 competition this year. Again, single 1-2. Just dropped it away to square leg, and they've run well. That's going to be the end of the over as well. He's on 36. And it's 90 without loss. 20 overs gone here at Sebascourt. Lancashire batting first. Singh on 36 and Bell on 45. So that's the game between Northumberland and Durham. Durham being Lancashire's first game of the competition. They then take on Kent at Blackpool on Sunday. It's Josh Brown to continue. Five overs for 20 for young Brown. 90 without loss for Lancashire. Bell on 45. A wide ball chipped down towards third man for a single, taking Bell to within 4 of 50. Nicely run down to third man by Singh for a single. This might be 4 to bring up a half century. No, doesn't quite reach the boundary. Come back for 2. 48 to Bell now, 94 without loss. Single for Bell to move him up to 49. Keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over, I think it is, yeah. 21 overs gone. 95 without loss. Bell on 49. The Fells around Sebba. That's out towards the centre of the village there. Rugby school and the rugby pitches opposite. Players are coming for a drink here. And what's the Century partnership for the first wicket between George Bell and Harry Singh? 95 without loss. 21 overs gone. You with us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. It's time for a drink. Run rate's been pretty steady, hasn't it, for Lancashire? A little early spike and then it's kind of settled down. Solid start. Bell 49, Singh on 37. 21 overs gone, 95 without loss. That's the look of Lancashire's batting lineup. Almost a Century partnership for the first wicket between Bell and Singh. They've scored nicely all around the park. Four bowlers used by Cumbria. Fallows 5 overs for 16, Sharp 6 overs for 29. Brown 6 overs for 25 and Walkden 4 overs for 21. So Lancashire started the one-day competition with 2 home games, one here at Sebba, one at Blackpool against Kent on Sunday. Kent aren't actually playing today, their warm-up match is on Tuesday. Then Lancashire start on a road trip. Derbyshire first up away from home. We'll have a look at that Derbyshire score a little later on. Just looking at their team as well. It's going to see quite a lot of this mixtures of senior players and young players. We see that quite a bit through the course of this competition. This will be 50 for Bell. Throw comes in towards the bowlers, and actually they'll come back for two, potentially three. No, just the two. And Bell gets himself to a half century as well. He moves on to 51 not out. And Lancashire 97 without loss. So a really good start here by Lancashire with the bat. We've heard from one of Lancashire's senior bowlers. I'm going to hear from another one. The Bowlers Union here, Will Williams.
How are you, Scott?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Bell's batted nicely, hasn't he?
It's been very well here. Yeah, he's looked up the ante sort of recently, and he's moving well and striking it nicely.
Good start, this, isn't it?
Very good start. Looks like a good wicket, and the weather's turned it on for us today, which is different to previous years.
Well, yeah, I think we've sat here before, haven't we? I think you joined me in the commentary tent the other season, and it has been a little bit wet at times, hasn't it, here? But at least it's dry now.
Yes, yes.
Hopefully the case on Wednesday as well.
Well, the forecast is looking good at the moment. Obviously, it's the UK, so we'll see what happens. But
you could be transported to kind of the South Island of New Zealand, couldn't you? A little bit.
And that's a 100 partnership.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Sheep in the hills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Century partnership between Bell and Singh. So exactly 100 on the board here in the 22nd over. Bell has 52 and Harry Singh on 39. So how's your kind of few weeks been?
It's been good, thanks, Scott. Yeah, look, very similar to Tom's in a way that we both played a couple of T20s and kept the body ticking over and spent a bit of time in the gym and just really making sure that we're ready for the back end of the season with these 1 days and then the 4 days to finish.
Oh, but I did see you on the field at Headingley, didn't I, in the T20 game?
Yeah, I spent a couple of overs on the field at Headingley.
The ball seemed to follow you around a bit.
Yeah, I got a few touches as well, yeah. No, it was a good game, that one. Unfortunately, the result didn't quite go our way, but yeah, it's a really good fixture.
That's the end of the 22nd over. 102 without loss. Bell on 53 and Singh on 40. So you'll be looking forward to a. Actually, we'll just have a little look at some of Bell's shots here through the course of this innings.
It's a lovely shot down the ground, that one, and the whip. Yeah. So just those last two, you can see him up in the ante and putting a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers.
So how much are you looking forward to this next kind of few weeks? This competition, it does kind of rattle on, doesn't it? You get through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think we've got 4 games in 8 days at one point. So yeah, like it's a very fun competition. I've been fortunate enough to play in it a couple of times now, and yeah, like you play at some different venues, and you play against some different players as well, which yeah, makes it a lot of fun, and you get to play at venues like this as well, which you don't always get to see.
How would it rate this particular place to play cricket for you? I mean, obviously you're pretty spectacular grounds to play cricket in New Zealand. What would this place be like?
Oh, it's certainly up there, that's for sure. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, like anytime you've got a backdrop like you have here, and like I think the different dimensions of the ground as well always add another element. The wicket's a good wicket, and they spend a lot of time here at Sepa putting time into that wicket, and you can see with the product of the players that have come out of here, like so your Harry Brooks and your Tom Aspinwalls. So lovely shot by another Harry Singh.
He's also edging towards a 50 as well. Driven down the ground for 4. Moves into 44 not out. 107 without loss. Just back on the replay here. Through mid-on. Straight mid-on by Singh. And in terms of the 50 over competition, Will, he seems to get a bit of stick, doesn't it, the 50 over competition? Certainly kind of maybe on the kind of national stage, world cricket, it seems to be the one format that seems to be the most in danger of losing. But are you a fan of 50 over cricket? You enjoy this format?
Look, I think it's a really good format. Like, you've got a bit of all the skills really. Certainly as a bowler, you've got the ball swinging up top, which is a little bit more like your red ball cricket, and then there's a few different phases of the game. So sort of through the middle, it brings in a lot of different skills, a lot of different players, and then you've got more of your T20 death skills at the end of a game, which hopefully we'll get to see a bit later on.
Yeah, it just gives you time to either as a bowler or a batter, or indeed as a team. This format allows you to potentially kind of build an innings. You can recover from a poor start. You can catch up later. Does it feel like you've got chance to put together a proper performance in this format, rather than maybe in a T20 competition, T20 match where it's so quick?
Absolutely. Like, I think you look at Friday night and the South African overseas for Northants had a day out, and like he obviously won them the game, whereas in one day cricket there's probably more of a team aspect to it. Like, you need multiple guys putting in performances to win you a game. Doesn't mean that only one person can win you a game, because of course they can, but like I think there's more of a team aspect from that point of view.
And in terms of what you look to work on building up to this competition, Will, and obviously having had so much red ball cricket already this season, how much do your skills change, and how much do you have to work and adapt to bowling with a white ball and the challenges of that?
Yeah, look, I think, and like Tom alluded to as well, like we're constantly working on our skills, and like we're playing T20 cricket in the background as well, getting ready in case there are any injuries to that first team during the T20 comp. So those skills are a constant work on for everyone, and then they get added to what you're already working on with your red ball skills, your hitting length for long periods of time, and they all sort of amalgamate together as a bowler, and it's no different for batsmen and spin bowlers in that regard either.
And actually having now this little kind of block of fixtures, not having to go back and play red ball cricket in the middle of it like some of the guys have had to do in the T20 cricket, is that quite nice that it's very much kind of white ball 50 over cricket now, and that's where you can concentrate on?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a big fan of being able to play a full competition at once, and with the way that the schedules happen this year, that obviously there's the final right at the end of it, which is sort of, I think, middle of September, but you're able to play right up until the semi-finals in this competition, which I think is a huge plus for the momentum of, one, as a team going forward, but two, any supporters that are getting in behind it and wanting to follow the competition. Like, you can actually follow right the way through and feel like you're following that momentum as well.
Yeah, the fact that the T20 group campaign's done and the quarterfinals are in a month seems, well, absurd, really.
It is a little bit bizarre, yeah. Yeah, I think with the T20 World Cup, where it is, that's caused some scheduling nightmares for the people in the ECB, and obviously they've had to put the quarterfinals and finals day where they are in September.
Yeah. It's not a job you'd particularly envy, is it? I don't think, being a fixture scheduler, in truth.
Yeah, well, I think there's always guys like myself sort of giving our 2 cents of where we would have the fixtures, or how we'd have them, and how many rest days between each game, and so trying to get a consensus among players and members and everyone is certainly a tough job for I think it's Alan at the ECB.
Yeah, and you'd have that type of disagreements about how it should look, even within a dressing room, wouldn't you? You'd have some lads that would say this and some lads that will say that, and it's just kind of the way it is, I suppose, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, like probably depending on how you rate each format in terms of what's your priority can also influence what you'd like to see and where you'd like to see games scheduled. And I know the PCA took a poll from all the players this year and actually tried to get a general consensus in terms of what players rated where in terms of the priority of games, what they felt they needed in terms of rest days between games, and I know some of that information will probably be coming out in the next few weeks, but there's a bit of work going in from the PCA in that point of view and trying to make a sustainable schedule for players, that certainly your multi-format players that are playing day in, day out.
And how have you found it this season? Well, especially like first couple of months of the season with it being kind of back-to-back red ball cricket. Okay with it all?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's something that you train for all winter, is actually you try and get your body in the best place that you can and get yourself ready to play week in, week out with the minimal rest in between, and there's certainly times that the body feels sore and there's certainly times that it's tired, but it's also part of the job, and also why you put the long hours in the winter to be able to get yourself up and get yourself going for those days.
Bowling change from the Evans end with Josh Sterling replacing Josh Brown.
Lovely shot, Belly.
And it's for 4. It's on to 59. And it's 118 without loss. Cracked away towards the leg side boundary. Comes down the pitch again. That might be 4 more. Driven firmly along the ground. And Bell with back-to-back boundaries. And Lancashire move on to 122 without loss. Playing well, George Bell here.
Yeah, it's one of his great strengths through the covers. He's got a good drive on him, and yeah, you can see it there. Like, gets himself in really good position and opens it up so he can find that gap between the cover and mid-off.
Takes him to 63.
Oh no.
Caught, backward point. And his innings comes to an end. Good knock by George Bell. Cut away to backward point. Sterling picks up the first wicket for Cumbria. Lancashire lose their first wicket in the 25th over. 122 for 1, but a terrific opening partnership.
Very good opening partnership. Yeah, no, they've done very well there between the two of them. Looked like there was a little bit of movement early on, certainly with the pitch being under covers for a period of time. They've set a really good base, and yeah, hopefully we can capitalise on it going forward.
So 122 for 1. Bell departs for a very good 63. 1 ball left of the 25th over. And then you mentioned about you've been playing a bit of second team cricket in the middle of these T20 games taking place. I notice you've done a bit of captaincy as well in that. Have you enjoyed that?
I do, yeah. There's a great group of lads to work with and to play with. So it's always good. Well, it's always fun adding in a little bit of captaincy in the mix, and gets the brain thinking as well.
Are you quite? I mean, even obviously within Lancashire's team, are you quite a vocal player? Are you kind of someone that's not shy of putting forward an opinion?
Yeah, look, if I think, well, if I've got an opinion, then I think you're doing the team a disservice if you don't actually verbalise your opinion and talk about it, because ultimately you are a team of 11 players. You will have different opinions. Some sometimes guys will have an opinion that you actually agree with, sometimes guys will have an opinion that you don't, and I think like certainly from both a batting and a bowling perspective, at times their opinion will probably be better than your one, so it's also key to be able to listen to it as well.
I know Keaton said to me a few times when I've spoken to him about captaining the team, and he talks a lot about wanting other players to be quite vocal and to have a team of captains almost, that type of thing. And is that nice to have that from your skipper, that he encourages people to
and
take
like
the lead?
I think that's certainly it's nice to, because you do feel like a team in that respect, and like I said there, it's you do get ideas from other people, and those ideas you might not have thought of at the time, and certainly from a bowling point of view, like bouncing ideas off your other seamers is one of the ways that you can you can create a wicket when things are a bit flat, or
and certainly it's in the last couple of months of the season, certainly with red ball cricket, things have started to click a little bit, hasn't it, for the team now?
Look, I think I heard what Tom said earlier and echo his points around the new coaches, and look, we've in the last couple of games certainly done the basics really well, and it's sort of the key to red ball cricket in a way. We've been tough and competitive just by doing the basics well, and we certainly saw that in both the Blackpool and the game down in Kent, and even the other few games we've improved and done the basics really well as well.
Harry Singh from 72 balls, featuring
50 for Singh. Nicely battered, 72 deliveries for his half century. George Lavell's a new batter replacing George Bell. 123 for 1 in the 26 over, and Singh gets to 50. Lavelle on strike. Nico Watt coming into the attack. A single for Lavelle, just off the back foot, worked away through square leg for 1. Gets his first run, 124 for 1.
Yeah, George is generally a very good player of spin, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him put a little bit of pressure on these two spinners here once he gets himself set. Got a good slog sweep on him, but got a full range of shots as well, so with the mid wicket up at the moment for both these guys, I wouldn't be surprised to see that shot come out early.
.25 for 1 in the 26th over. Been reduced down to 43 per side. That's a delayed start. Underway at midday. Lavelle pulls it away towards the leg side for a single. Doubles his score, 126 for 1. One ball left of the 26th over. And a single for Singh. Single off the final 5 deliveries of that over. 127 for 1. Singh 52, and Lavelle is unbeaten on 2. And for you, Will, what's your feelings about your on season so far?
Look, there's times when I probably would have wanted to have bowled a little bit better, but look, it's also part of the game, and I essentially just getting ready for the end of the year and looking forward to that, and wanting to be able to contribute where I can in these final in the one day comp first of all, and then the final 5 championship games.
Yeah, it's actually quite a busy end to the season, isn't it? When you look at what potentially could come in September, the championship matches, it's the end of the T20 campaign, the final of this one-day cup as well. There's quite a lot to play for still, isn't there, over the course of the next couple of months?
It certainly is, and yeah, I think if we're involved in all the games, which we hope to be, then naturally you can find yourself very busy in September. Shot.
Launched away by Singh, muscled out towards square leg. Over the blotter. He's gone for 6. Just saw some highlights of Singh's 50 here. He's played really well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's a very technically correct batsman. You can see the class in him just by watching him, and the way that he drives the balls. Yeah, it's impressive to watch.
He's bowled a little bit too as well, hasn't he, in second team cricket? Off spinner.
He has, yeah. He's been working on his bowling the last couple of seasons and the nets, and you can see that in the way that he has been bowling in second team cricket. Bowled very well at Ballaricki a couple of weeks ago in the 4-day game, and he's had a couple of opportunities in the T20s as well, and changes his pace and really nicely.
133 for 1. Shuffles right back and flicks the ball away to mid-wicket. Takes his total to 59, 134 for 1.
Someone's done some scouting on George because the mid-wicket's gone back for that ball.
Clipped away to the leg side for a single to complete the 27th over. 135 for 1. Lavelle on 3. Singh on 59. So far so good for Lancashire. Notice that the majority of the first class counties are all batting first, which kind of works out pretty well, doesn't it? You want to get the most out of these kind of warm-up games, really.
Yeah, and I think certainly with a bit of weather around, probably as we saw with Cumbria this morning, they've elected bowl first. There's a smart option to do from their point of view. If there's anything in the wicket, then it certainly would have been early this morning. I think Cheshire were going quite well against Derbyshire earlier.
We saw a few surprising results last. I was just looking at that match. There's a couple of upsets last year, wasn't there? A couple of the national county side turning over their first class neighbours, which is always quite fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Cornwall were going well against Somerset too at one point. So
the Cheshire Derbyshire match. Yeah, Derbyshire 220 for 8 after 46 overs. Brooke Guest is 87 not out. Lancashire's first away trip on the one-day cup will be at Derbyshire. Halfway through over number 28. Watt into to Singh. Plays it off the back foot, punch through mid-on for a single, moves on to 61, 139 for 1. So you ready for a bit of a road trip next week?
Yeah, we've got, like I said, four games in 8 days. I think we play at Blackpool, and then we're away to Derby, away to Taunton, and away to the Aegeus. Yes, be good fun. I think certainly be taxing on the body, but no, like I said, that's what we train for and want to do.
I guess as a group of players, when you have that type of kind of week away together, that's all part of the morale, isn't it? It's all good for kind of unifying everybody together, that type of thing?
Absolutely, yeah. No, you get to know each other a lot better, and
maybe too well
sometimes, but yeah, like you get to know each other's quirks a little bit more, and like, a lot of us have played a bit of cricket together now, so know each other reasonably well from that point of view. But certainly from a squad point of view, that the guys that are going to be playing in this one-day comp, that allows you to learn a little bit more about some of the guys you might not know so much about, your Rocky Flintoffs and your Charlie Barnards that are with us for the one-dayers.
6 more for Singh. Looks like I cleared the rope to me. Well, maybe not. Not quite sure. They're going to give. Oh, started to signal 4 and then agreed to 6. So that looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, nice use of the crease there by Harry. Got nice and deep in the crease, and yeah, was able to whip it over the leg side.
That's been a bit of a feature of this innings, hasn't it, Singh, actually, the way he's battered and used his crease. He's gone back quite a lot, hasn't he? He's got forward well. It's a really impressive knock.
Plays very well off his legs as well, Harry. So
148 for 1. Lavelle pushes away through the offside. Tumbling stop on the cover boundary. Comes back and runs 2. Moves on to 8. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire, halfway through the 29th over. I'll let you go at the end of this one, Will, if that's all right, and I appreciate you joining me.
Always a pleasure, Scott.
A single for Lavelle. Moves on to 9. And good luck for the next couple of weeks, and hopefully into the knockout stage of this competition again. It's played well, haven't you, as a team over the last couple of years in this format?
Yeah, no, look, we've really enjoyed it, and yeah, it's something that we're still trying to win. And, well, we want to win it. So yeah, like as a group, we're going to be trying to put our best performances out, and I know coaches are very keen on that front as well. So.
One ball left of the over. Single for Singh, just nudged away to keep the strike. He moves to 74, 156 for 1 after 29 overs. Thank you, Will. Really enjoyed that chat again.
Hey, thank you, Scott. Cheers.
Cheers. Will Williams joining us here in the commentary tent. Nice to get a little insight from some of the Lancashire players. And always grateful and come down and have a chat with us. So 156 for 1. Singh on 74, Lavelle on 9. 29 overs gone. Down the ground by Singh for a single, moves to 75. We'll mention that game between Cheshire and Derbyshire. Well, Brooke Guest is still going for Derbyshire in that match. But, it's in the air. Oh, and he's all the way. It's gone for 6. Fielder on that leg side boundary. George Lavelle on the slog sweep. Will Williams mentioned it. And he went for it there. Drive just went away through the offside this time. Comes back for 2. And Lancashire just press on the accelerator. Lavelle to 17. Final ball of the 30th. Bell on the walk again, drives it through mid-off, keeps the strike, moves to 18. Positive stuff by George Lavelle. 18 off 15 deliveries, 166 for 1, Lancashire after 30 overs. Cheshire have reduced Derbyshire to 237 for 9. Brooke Guest eventually out for 97, but they've enjoyed a good day so far in that match. And Cornwall against Somerset, another game that catches the eye because Somerset are 167 for 7. Archie Vaughan, who's the son of Michael Vaughan. A few famous dad's sons playing in the warm-up games and potentially through the course of the one-day cup. Archie Vaughan batting for Somerset. And Somerset 178 for 7 after 40 overs against Cornwall. It's 4, thumped down the ground by Lavelle to start the 31st over. Ben Walkton returning from the Evans end of the ground, 5 overs for 28 in his opening spell. A little push at that, Lavelle, through it goes to the keeper. He's followed up that first ball, which was thumped for 4 with 3 dot balls, Ben Walkton. Big shot by Lavelle, back over the bowler's head. 6 more. Really good knock this by Lavelle.
For Harry Singh and George Lavelle.
It's a 50 partnership as well between these two. Angled into him, bang, went for that one. Hammered away, back over the bowler's head, over mid-on and down towards the long-on boundary for 6. Really positive play this by Lavelle. Very, very good, positive attacking cricket. 28 from 20 deliveries faced. Take a single. Pushed away through point, moves him on to 29, 177 for one. End of the over. So we'll look at some of the other games, shall we? We'll look to that Somerset match, which kind of catches the eye. Derbyshire game as well, with the national county sides having a good day. Oxfordshire against Middlesex. Middlesex 225 for 6. Suffolk against Essex today. Essex 284 for 7. It's quite nice looking at some of the teams in these games as well, and some of the names that are featuring. I mentioned Hayden Mustard, son of Phil, playing for Durham. Archie Vaughan, son of Michael, playing for Somerset. Ball gets a single down towards mid-on. Just had a little look there, didn't we, of that Essex match. Essex are batting first against Suffolk, 285 for 7. So Essex 261 for 6 now against Suffolk. Singh takes a single out through the offside. Nottinghamshire are at Lincolnshire today, with Hasib Hamid 70 not out. Ben Slater playing for Nottinghamshire as well. Dylan Pennington in the Nottinghamshire side. Brett Hutton. That's the end of Singh. What gets one to get through? Singh departs for a very good 76, but he's been bowled by Watt. Lancashire lose their second wicket, 180 for 2.
That's a wicket for Cumbria. Harry Singh bowled for 76 by Nico Watt.
Nico Watt with a wicket. Thought maybe just a little inside edge, but he's gone off the back foot there. Don't think he did. Just sneaked through. Singh departs, but a good innings out by Singh. Very nicely batted. 76 off 89. And Lancashire are 180 for 2. George Lavelle, who captains Lancashire today, comes striding out to the middle. He had a good game here last year in this fixture. He skippered Lancashire against Cumbria in this showcase warm-up match, and he made 71.
For Lancashire, number 10, George Balderson.
Go back to some of these games elsewhere. We looked at Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, haven't we? Sussex are up against Hertfordshire in their match, warm-up game. And there's a nice sprinkling of some first team players as well as some younger lads in there. Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Ollie Carter, Finn Hudson Prentice all playing for Sussex. Jack Carson, Archie Lennon, Harry Crocombe, they've all played first team cricket. Well, Tom Haynes is batting and he's 102 not out, and Sussex are 250 for 3 in their warm-up match against Hertfordshire. That's at Arundel. That'll look pretty nice today, I'm sure. End of the over. Nico Watt picking up a second wicket. 3 runs coming off it. 32 gone. It's 180 for 2. As we peer through the trees out towards the distance. towards the fells surrounding Sedbergh School. Williams was saying that one of the spectacular venues to play cricket at. I don't know who that plonker is waving next to me, but he's $180 for 2. It's Colin from Badger and Coombs who was waving. As ever, very busy, Colin. Lavelle drives, picked up a cover. Thought about taking a single. 180 for 2. So that's Sussex, Hertfordshire. Warwickshire today are up against Staffordshire. Ed Barnard, 143 not out. There we go, that's the latest score there. 292 for 6. Actually, Barnard's out for 143, but Michael Burgess is 42 not out. So that's Warwickshire at Staffordshire today. Can you look at that Bears side? Rob Yates, Will Rhodes, Ed Barnard, Michael Burgess, Jake Lintott, Oliver Hannon Dolby also playing as well. Pulled by Lavelle. 4 runs behind square. Lavelle quickly here up to 40, I think, with that 4. Dispatched away off the back foot, pivoting onto the back foot and pulling it for 4. Now moves on to 36 with that. Bright and breezy innings this from George Lavelle. 186 for 2. Takes a single down the ground to complete the over. 187 for 2. Surrey are at Cambridgeshire today. This is at the Fenners ground in Cambridge. Love this. And Cambridgeshire have got the delights of playing against Ben Folkes. There we go. They've just lost another wicket of Surrey. They're 221 for 9. They're in the final over of their 50. But yeah, that Surrey side includes Ryan Patel, Ben Folkes, Conor McCurr, Amar Verdi. Lavelle drops the ball away to the leg side and through he goes for a single. Wants 2, Balderson. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end. Safely gets back for a second. Moves on to 3, 190 for 2. That's that for the Lancashire captain, George Balderson. Watt with his second wicket. Lancashire lose their third, 190 for 3.
That's a wicket for Cumbria. George Balderson out for 3, caught off the bowling of Nico Watt.
Caught at long off. Down on one knee, Balderson looking to try and clear the ropes. And Lancashire,
Next
190 for 3.
Lancashire, number 11, Rocky Flintoff.
And out comes Rocky Flintoff. Nice to see him wearing number 11. Still just 16. Rocky Flintoff. He's punched off the back foot through mid-off for a single. Gets his first run. On Thursday, he hit a century for England's under-19s. Through the fingertips of mid-wicket, off the back foot by Lavelle. Comes back for 2. Lavelle moves on to 40. 193 for 3. One ball remaining of the 34th over. Really good knock this by George Lavelle. Dabbed away down the ground to complete the over. 193 for 3, 34 gone. The view of Sedbergh School, rugby pitches in the distance, the centre of Sedbergh just at the top of the screen there. A couple of very good pubs in Sedbergh. A Dalesman, the Black Bull, the Red Lion. Not that Rocky Flintoff could enjoy a pint just yet. .193 for 3. Flintoff's century for England's under-19s on Thursday. Got there, having resumed overnight on 82. Got to 3 figures from 176 balls with 8 4s and 2 6s. Becoming the youngest player to hit a century for England's under-19s. It's his second run here, eased away to the leg side. .194 for 3. Dropped away into the offside by Lavelle, but for no run. The school building's just down below us here, to the right and at the bottom of the screen. The outdoor nets are there located too. Lavelle moves to 41 as he plays it up to mid-off for a single. 195 for 3. Brings Flintoff back on strike. Flintoff, squad number 11. Punch through the covers for a single. He moves on to 3. 196 for 3. Final ball. Single for Lavelle takes him to 42. It's the end of the 35th over. 197 for 3. You fancy walking up the fells next time you come to Sedbergh? What do you reckon? Give that a go. Reward yourself with some fish and chips afterwards. Walk up the fells and have a chip supper. Here's Watt to continue. 36th over of the innings. Lavelle's gone. Down the pitch he came. Ball went past his inside edge as he tried to dance down the pitch and go big again.
That's a wicket for Cumbria. George Lavelle out for 42, bowled Nico Watt.
Nico Watt gets his 3rd wicket. 3 for 35, 197 for 4. Good knock that though by George Lavelle. Played some very nice shots, played with a lot of intent. Real positive innings that by Lavelle. Lancashire lose 4th wicket, 197 for 4. And Jack Blatherwick. Here's the new batter.
In the middle for Lancashire, number 4, Jack Blatherwick.
Off the mark straight away. He's back and cuts that delivery from Watt. So Lancashire edging towards 200. 198 for 4. Quick single here for Flintoff. He might want 2. Yeah, he does. Made that call pretty early. Clip away to mid-wicket. ran the first quickly. And brings up the 200 for Lancashire, 200 for 4. And going deep, striking it nicely, punch down the ground for a single. 201 for 4. Just signed his first professional contract with Lancashire. Rocky Flintoff. End of the over. What's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 40. And Lancashire 202 for 4, 36 overs gone. Yeah, Flintoff scoring a century for Lancashire's second 11 back in April.
Change bowling for Cumbria from the Evans end, Freddie Fallows.
Came on the back of a half century at Old Trafford in just his second game for Lancashire's second 11, which was against Durham, and his century came against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Start over number 37. 202 for 4. And then going on to be called up by England's under-19s. And becoming the youngest player to hit a century for England's under-19s. So yeah, it's been a particularly memorable summer. Blatherwick down the ground here, it's in the air. In the end it might bounce its way towards the rope for 4. No, it come back for 2 in the end, Blatherwick. And Lancashire move on to 204 for 4. And driven down firmly by Blatherwick towards long on. Just for a single. He moves on to 5. Scored to 205 for 4. Might want 2 Flintoff, yeah. He's a tall lad, he's gone through the first quickly and sprints back to run 2. Moves on to 8. 207 for 4. 1 ball left of the 37th over. That's the end of Freddie Fallows back into the attack for Cumbria. 5 coming off that over. 207 for 4. 37 overs gone here at Seb Pascoe. Got Rocky Flintoff and Jack Blatherwick batting together for Lancashire. It's the first of 2 games here at Sebba, and the first of a fixture of 3 on the spin at Outgrounds. It's 2 here, and then on Sunday we're at Blackpool, so bringing your coverage across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Blatherwick's bowled at the start of the 38th over. Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, 207 for 5.
That's a wicket for Cumbria. Jack Blatherwick bowled for 5 by Nico Watt.
That's a 4th wicket for Nico Watt, 4 for 40. So he's enjoyed a good day here for Cumbria. Going for a big shot. Clips the top of off stump. Blatherwick departs. So yeah, Lancashire are here at Sedbergh today and on Wednesday, and then at Blackpool on Sunday, and of course we've had that week at Southport in the county championship. I've already been to Blackpool once this season, so it's a bit of a production job to get to here and to bring your coverage across Lancs TV and on the BBC as well. But the team behind it, led by Colin, who's settled in next to me in the commentary position because nobody else wants to come and speak to me.
How do you stay so professional with me sat next to you like this?
I don't know. It's a challenge.
Every day's a challenge, yes, with me around.
A challenge with you. Yeah. But it's, I mean, it's we've just been seeing some views of over the top of the school here, which are brilliant views from the drone. But in terms of doing this and bringing coverage from either whether it's at Sedbergh or Blackpool on Sunday, Tom Bailey's a new batter. I mean, it's a challenge, but is it pretty rewarding for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky. I'm lucky as a business owner to have these guys here. You know, the talent of the Badgers is just phenomenal. And I think to be able to react to situations to deal with stuff like really quickly is brilliant. Really good.
Bailey gets his first run here, just jab back down the pitch, and through he goes for a single.
Technology plays a big role. So, you know, to be able to convert what we call IP infrastructure, so we're able to convert our cameras into IP. So this is why the guys back at EOT can do the replays, the graphics, and all that sort of stuff. So.
Stifled appeal for an LBW as Watt signing up a fifer here. It was pretty good.
Yeah, and I will make way for the professional.
Yes,
stood waiting.
Turf you off.
I'll go.
Yeah, turf you off.
I'll go and let the professionals that know what they're talking about come and speak.
I'll bring you back in later.
Yeah, we'll chat later.
Get a little insight into how it's all done.
Okie dokie.
Because it is quite intriguing. It's obviously a logistical real effort to try and bring you coverage and the pictures, and whether it's on Lancs TV or on the BBC, it's some effort that goes into it behind the scenes. So we'll get Colin back a little bit later to give us an insight as to how it all works out here. But one over of Colin was enough for the time being. We're going to bring George Bell into the commentary box. Hey George, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you, Scott?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, well battered.
Thank you.
You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Not really been out of the middle recently because with just the T20 comp going on, not a lot of second team cricket. It was nice to actually spend a bit of time in the middle. So happy with how I played, and hopefully we get up to a decent score here.
So have you been ticking over then?
Well, there was a couple of second team games a few weeks ago,
right?
And then it's just been training at Old Trafford really. So we've been ticking over the lads who haven't been playing really, and kind of itching to go now that the one-day comp's coming on Wednesday.
How much are you looking forward to this next few weeks?
Yeah, looking forward to it a lot, to be honest. Obviously, having not played for a few weeks, it kind of makes you want to get back out there even more. But even when we've got like a good young group of us for the one-day cup as well, it's nice to get back with everybody and hopefully put in some good performances.
That has been one of the highlights, hasn't it, I think, of this format. And it's because of the way it's set up, as we know. It's called a wide by the umpire, that as well. That it frees up opportunity in teams, and I've just been going through some of the other scores and looking at some of the other teams that have been playing, and there's some Ben Folks is playing for Surrey, for example, today in and among some younger guys. I mean, I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Like, obviously, speaking of which, like, we've got Rocky Flintoff out here. He's 16, and Bales, who's had I don't know, maybe a 16-year career. So it's like, especially when like Keats and Brucey and Bosch and all them come back in as well for younger lads like Rocky, and we've got Charlie Barnard and Josh Boyden and Harry Singh to play with them is great for their game, gives them some experienced heads around them for when they bat or bowl, and it can hopefully help them develop as a player. I know it has helped a few of like the slightly older younger lads like myself, Spiz, Boulders, who have played a little bit now in the first team, but we're still learning from them, and it's just great to play with them, really.
Because this competition for you was your way in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Played 2 years ago in that the first time, and then from there kick-started my career, really. So hopefully from that it can help other people do that as well, really. So we've got some really talented lads coming through, and hopefully they can do the same.
Just in terms of the difference when you make that step up, and it's quite interesting to hear it. You've done it recently. You mentioned Rocky Flintoff out there at the minute, who's played second team cricket. When you make that step up and play in the first team, what is that like, kind of psychologically, to get used to that idea of being amongst the first team? This is in the air. Could be gone here. Bailey is caught out on the deep mid wicket boundary, so Lancashire lose their 6, 2-16
Tom Bailey out
for 6, and Nico Watt gets his 5th wicket as well. So well bowled, Nico Watt. 5 for him. Bailey departs. Lancashire lose their 6th. Yeah, so just going back to that, George, that kind of step up from second team to first team cricket, what's that like, making that step?
Definitely is. It definitely is. Obviously, coming up against other players as well of higher calibre. Like with the ball, they don't miss, and they're on it from ball one sort of thing. Whereas in the second team, sometimes you can get younger lads who are finding their way, who are still making mistakes. But that's absolutely fine. They're obviously younger, and that's the reason why they're doing it. So it's not as if they've not got the ability. It's there for them to do. But in the first team, it's sort of just relentless. Like, it'll come at you fast. Obviously, we've got games coming like every other day at points in the comp, and it can all of a sudden just get on top of you if you're not on it from ball one in every game you're playing, basically. So that's kind of the step up that people can notice, really. And obviously, it's a good tournament with some high calibre players. So it's just coming up against them and finding a way against the bowlers or the batters to make your mark on the game.
And is this format and this competition at the minute, with the way it's set up and the current position of it in the fixture list, is that quite a good bridge for young guys coming in? Because you've got younger players you're playing against and with, plus the old pros.
Yeah, I think so. I think people do enjoy it. Obviously, it gives people a taste of first team cricket that they might not see for the rest of the year. However, it's still a lot of players in our team have played a lot of other formats as well, which should help us throughout the comp, rather than other squads might be a little bit more depleted, and they've got young guys coming in, everyone on debut, whereas like last year that was it for us. We had Matty Hurst and Tom Aspinwall in the first game, who hadn't played a game before coming in, whereas this year we might have a slightly more settled team with a few more older lads and a few others who have played a little bit more, which should help us. So it's definitely a good bridge though, for them younger guys coming in, and it means that now that in this format we should be a bit more experienced.
And I was looking at last season, and I think you played every game, didn't you?
Yeah.
In this competition.
Yeah.
Were you pretty happy with your with how you played last year in this format?
Yeah, I was pretty happy. Obviously, I was nice to get the nod up at the top of the order, and hopefully that's going to be the same again this year. Do enjoy batting there with Keats and Bosch up there as well. So that'll be nice. It's an opportunity to do that for a long period of time, for a few weeks basically, which I might not get for the rest of the year. So I do look forward to it, and was happy last year with how that went, and as a team as well we got to a quarter final, so hopefully it's making that step up and getting to a semi-final or a final this year.
Yeah, you've actually been quite consistent, haven't you, as a team in this format?
Yeah, no, we have. We've done well. It's just obviously kicking on now and for that next step and trying to win a trophy, which we know as a squad we can do, and that's what we're going to be aiming for.
The end of the over, 18 for 6, Flintoff on 10 and Williams on 1. George Bell in the commentary tent here at Sedbergh School on Lancs TV, and we're on the BBC Sport website and app. It's 43 overs this now, isn't it, each per side, so there's three overs left here for Lancashire. 40 gone. You're pretty happy with that, 18 for 6 at the minute?
Yeah, I think so. It'd be nice to have a bit of a big finish here, maybe try and push up to 240, 250. Couple more boundaries would be nice, and maybe we get up to that point. They've bowled well, the spinners, when they've come on, so it's been difficult for us to attack them, but hopefully now the last couple of overs we'll get up to a 240 or a 250 and really put a stamp on the game, and then come out with the ball and try and get a few early wickets. But yeah, I think we're happy so far.
When you approach the 50 over competition now, how much has kind of T20 cricket changed the way you play 50 over cricket?
Yeah, it definitely has. Obviously, we speak with Benke a lot about hitting boundaries throughout all periods of the game, because that can really kill teams. So, especially at the top when there's men in the ring, it's a little bit easier to just pierce them and get fours and sixes. But throughout the middle, when there's 4 or 5 out, it's a little bit more difficult. So it's knowing your options, and T20 cricket has definitely helped that, because you're always looking to put pressure back on the attack and show that intent and have a boundary scoring option in every over you play. So that can be brought into this, and I know it's something that Benke's really keen on, is having that boundary option all the way through the innings, so that we're not just getting stuck just fours, fives and overs. He's aiming 6s, 7s and over with the odd boundary, and all of a sudden you're just ticking up to a big score without even really trying. And it's just being really clear with that, and knowing what your option is, so that it might be a tiny risk for you, but if you back it, then you can score.
Because one of the observations potentially about 50 over cricket at the minute is you can get in the middle section of an innings can be quite, can drop off, can't it?
Yeah.
So you're saying that you determine, the idea is you want to not allow that to happen, try and push through all the way.
Yeah. So obviously a lot of teams have a fast start and then drag it back, and it generally goes about 3s, 4s and over through that middle period. But for us, it's trying to challenge ourselves to try and go at more than that, so that when it does come to the back end, it helps them lads trying to score quickly now, because we've already got a lot more runs when there was 4 men out rather than 5 now. So that's for us something that we're just going to challenge ourselves throughout the tournament with, I think, and we'll see how it goes with it. But it's definitely a good idea, really, rather than letting it drop off, always keeping the team under pressure that we're playing against.
It's the end of the over, 41 gone, 223 for 6, Flintoff on 12 and Williams on 3. And in terms of yourself, George, this season, what's your thoughts and how it's kind of gone for you so far?
Yeah, I was happy at the start of the season, obviously getting back into the red ball team, and then a couple of games in the white ball. It's just been a bit stop-start for me, so that's why the next few weeks would be really good, just getting a good run. So hopefully I can put the performances in, stay in the team, and then get a good run in for the next few weeks to the back end of the season and try and score a few more runs. Obviously had a decent start, but it's wanting to kick that on now and score some big runs and really stamp my authority on the team and try and stay in.
Yeah, because you say you started well. You got that 90 odd, didn't you, then at Hampshire?
Yeah.
So the first couple of weeks of the season, you must have been really pleased with how you were batting.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then from there, just I've been working on a few things with the coaches, and it's trying to just take that into the game now and make big runs. Obviously 99 was great, and a 60 odd in there as well, but for me it's about scoring hundreds and trying to aim to do that in all formats, really. So hopefully
Flintoff as Williams caught it long off and out for 3. Lancashire 7 down now, 223 for 7.
Shows how tall Rocky is that you thought he was Will. Just for a 16-year-old, he's a big lad.
He's in it. He is.
Absolutely towers over me, but that's not hard. So.
There's too many tall lads in this team, isn't there, for you?
Yeah, there is. Just got to keep the average height down somehow.
So Williams departs for 3, 223 for 7. Well, of course, the way it's set up now, I touched on this with Will when he was a while back, that you got this one-day cup, you've got a big September coming up. It's actually quite a lot of cricket in there to kind of get yourself all stuck into.
Yeah, obviously the T20, the way the T20 comps work this year, it's been very divided up into weekends as well. So it's felt like we've had a little bit more time for rest and recovery before playing them. So it's obviously spread the season out a little bit more, but it's meant that there's going to be a bit more of a big block at the end of the season. Obviously still, I think 5 championship games and the 8 one-day games, including this one. So there's still plenty to play for us. Just finding the form in the 4-dayers recently, the T20 team's been going really well into the quarterfinals of that, and then it's obviously taking that into this and really trying to get to another final in this as well, and then at the back end of the season come back to the 4-dayers and nail them and just keep that form going.
Yeah, there's T20 quarterfinals in September, finals day, the final of this competition in September, plus the end of the championship. So yeah, it's busy old September.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've got our eye on. Obviously, I know I was talking about it with Tom Aspinwall the other day, and we were saying, it could be a couple of busy weekends if we end up getting to both finals day and the final of this. Obviously, that's a long way off now, but it's definitely something we're all looking to do. So we'll just have to see how the bodies are holding up then. I'm sure the seamers won't be too happy, but as a batter, I can't really say anything.
You'll be all right. You're only a young lad.
Exactly.
Actually, run out chance here. If he hits, he's gone, Flintoff, but it bounced over the top, and Flintoff can come back for a couple more. But actually, that's been one of the great things I've really enjoyed this season, watching Lancashire play. When you look at, and it happens most seasons, you get one of the younger lads breaking in. But you mentioned Tom Aspinwall, Matty Hurst obviously has got into the team this year as well. And certainly at the start of the season, it was the younger players in the side that were kind of contributing when maybe one or two others were struggling a little bit, which happens. But that's been a really exciting thing to see. Have you quite enjoyed being in a team that's had quite a few younger lads in it?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's like playing with your mates you've grown up with at the end of the day. So it's always good. You feel comfortable in the environment. Obviously, you get on with the older lads well as well. But having people you've grown up with there definitely helps just settle everyone into the environment as well. Especially people like Hursty and Aspie, they just feel so comfortable straight in, and both have done really well this year. So it's been really good to have that this season, and we're all a very close knit unit as well. We do a lot of stuff off the pitch as well together, so play a lot of golf and all that. So yeah, it's been really good.
Driven down the ground by Boyden for a single, doubles his total 228 for 7, and that is the end of the over as well. So 42 gone, 1 to go here. So in terms of what you want to see as a fielding side when you go out and defend this total, George, and I guess you want to get the kind of the basics in play, don't you, ready for all starting on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think so. It's obviously just setting the tone with the new ball. Whoever's taking that, and then from there just hammering that home. Obviously, with it being a warm-up game, we've got a lot of bowling options, so hopefully everyone gets a good chuck. But it's just about setting the tone. Everyone who comes into the attack, they're just nailing their basics, top of the stumps, not giving them much width so that you can limit where they're going to score runs, basically. Just like Cumbria have done really well, to be honest. Through the middle, they hit their areas nicely with the keeper stood up. It's quite difficult to manufacture stuff. So for us, using our maybe a little bit of extra pace to try and put them on the back foot and just keep trying to take wickets, basically.
And are you keeping wicket?
I am, okay. Which is nice. So hopefully that's the plan for the One Day Cup. I've not spoken to Benke, but I'm doing it today. So happy to get the gloves back. Obviously, light fielding as well, but I definitely feel at home behind the stump, so hopefully that goes well.
Well, this is chipped away by Boyden to cover, and he's gone. Lancashire lose their 8th wicket, 230 for 8. Well, not long left now, George, so we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Cheers, mate.
No, cheers, Scott. Thank you.
And thanks for joining me, George Bell. As we get towards the back end of this Lancashire innings. Cheers, mate. It's just chipped up towards cover, and Boyden departs.
Boyden out for 4, caught off the bowling of Freddie Fallows.
And Freddie Fallows, actually, I think he's bowled pretty well today. I thought his first spell was excellent this morning for Cumbria. Probably gets the wicket that he deserves as well. 230 for 7. Boyden departing for 4. Flintoff remains there, 15 not out. Got 4 balls left of the innings. Then we'll
Next batter
have a little break
for Lancashire, Ollie Sutton,
and watch Lancashire go about trying to defend their score. Ollie Sutton's a new batter. He's played some second team cricket for Lancashire this season, and I've not seen him bowl, but left armour, so we'll look forward to watching him bowl a little bit later on. Plenty of bowling option, Blatherwick and Williams and Bailey, plus the spinners in there. Bit of a free hit this really for Sutton with just a couple of balls left to try and see if he can smash a boundary or two. Fallows. It's a good ball for the full delivery. It's pushed away into the offside. It's probably not the worst outcome because it gets Flintoff on strike. Sutton gets a run, so this is the final ball of the innings. 2:31 for 8. So 1 ball left. This game reduced down to 43 overs a side. Final ball for Flintoff to try and crack that down the pitch, and as he hits it back on the bounce to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. Well done, Freddie Fallows. Not quite sure where that hit him, but he stopped it anyway. And Flintoff is unbeaten on 15 and Sutton on 1. So Lancashire closed their innings on 231 for 8. So it'd be 232
At the end of their innings, Lancashire finish on 200
to win for
8 from
Cumbria.
3 overs, with 50s from George Bell and Harry Singh.
And it's the top 3 really that batted really well for
with figures
Lancashire.
Of 5 for
half centuries for Bell and for Singh.
9 overs for Cumbria.
And the 42 for Lavelle as well. But Cumbria enjoyed a good performance in the field, and we must mention Nico Watt. 9 overs, 5 for 43. So really nice moment for Nico Watt to leave the field with 5 wickets. In fact, he'll have the privilege of leading the team off, and rightly so. Well bowled. Excellent stuff by Nico Watt. Finishes with 5 for 43 from his 9 overs. So Cumbria set 232 to win this game here at Sedbergh School. We'll bring you coverage of that on the BBC Sport website and app, and here on Lancs TV shortly.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key. Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and defensive, what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's a really wonderful game of cricket. What a catch that is for Tara Norris. It's going to be brilliantly caught, I think.
Again, that's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mestoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had 2 buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mestoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mestoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We are happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farm attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has seeked our advice in their property journey.
We're here at Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester, the home of Lancashire Cricket Club, with our mascot Lanky.
Wow!
Whoa!
This is where the club honours all the greatest legends. I remember this game.
Woo!
Wow, look at him go!
This is a game between Lancashire Lightning and the Yorkshire Vikings.
Lancashire and Yorkshire have a long history of playing against each other, and their rivalry is legendary. Oh look, here's Kate Cross. She played for the Lancashire and England women's teams and made history in 2017 by winning not one, but 2 trophies. The club's been around for over 160 years and has won a massive 46 trophies.
So many great cricketers have played here.
Ooh, don't forget about this guy.
And I'm part of its history too. If I train hard enough, I can play in the Roses T20, the biggest game in the calendar.
Let's go and play!
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the English which I've done over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it?
No.
No.
I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Alt.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a
on the
ship.
Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11 and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And did you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and
Yeah,
you
they
in
did.
turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and
Yeah.
they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, Western culture. And they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture. Yours.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen,
Yeah.
I've been changing
I think
for
it was
15
me.
years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp, and I remember first 4 days there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket then, 1 test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3-4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost
In-swingers
to the right-hander?
To the right-hander. Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan and suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team first 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these test, Ramiz Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would well, it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Conning, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time. Yeah. So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
flat, no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And and you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in India.
Yeah,
well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling me every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miandad, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel? Just
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a
no,
room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the
It
time.
was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
You
can't
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But
and
you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because there was no, there was cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, and suddenly the ball is going towards the next side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side and said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the
Yeah.
nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become, because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 6 deliveries, 8 deliveries, and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the one.
Mudassar and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially
dry.
the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. So rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88 to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually 2 teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with, or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically ideas to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match, and that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments, in fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at slip. Warren was
I forgot Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at slip 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. That boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game. Yeah. And I think it was because of my quick arm action maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah. Nowadays, I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Starc.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes.
These
you
guys
were the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Whilst we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Bakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200s out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Bakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized, I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates, Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Welcome to Cumbria, Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Welcome back to our coverage here from Sedbergh School of the National Counties Showcase warm-up fixture between Cumbria and Lancashire, where Cumbria have been set 232 to win.
And opening the
with Harry Singh top scorer making 76.
Tom Bailey.
Didn't he bat very well for his 76. 1 of 5 wickets for Nico Watt, 5 for 43. Bell and Lavelle also with good contributions. George Bell 63 and George Lavelle 42. So 232 to win. Let's see Tom Bailey open up the bowling for Lancashire. Kishan Fonseca and Evan Williams will bring up the batting for Cumbria. And it runs straight away, nice and positive with the front foot by Fonseca, driving away through the covers for a single. And that gets Cumbria up and running. So it's 43 overs this to get the target of 232. So that's just Just over 5 runs and over. So it's probably just a bit less than that, isn't it? No, there were runs required, 5.39. Needed for Cumbria. Nice ball by old Bailey. Just tails back in too as it hits the gloves of George Bell, who was his keeping wicket for Lancashire. Who's he got there on slip fielders? I can't quite see because I'm square on, but I see Harry Singh certainly at second slip. George Lavelle at gully. Yeah, it's Singh and Lavelle, 2 slip fielders for Lancashire. There's Rocky Flintoff. He had a bit of a knock with a bat earlier on. He made 15, unbeaten 15 actually. Four batters reaching double figures for Lancashire, but it was the opening partnership that really was the foundations of the innings. A bit of movement there, just ball swinging away from Williams. Yeah, Bell and Singh, when they had the opening partnership for Lancashire, 122 they put on. Bell 63 from 79. Singh 76 not out from 89 balls. 6 4s and 2 6s. And I thought George Lavelle's knock was really good. Really positive innings. Another plain a miss here by Williams. Try and cut the ball. And just angles away from Williams into the gloves of George Bell. So yeah, Lavelle's 42, Singh's 76 and Bell's 63. And little 15 not out by Rocky Flintoff, the highlights of that Lancashire batting card. And Nico Watt 5 for 43 for Cumbria from 9 overs. And he had the honour of leading his team off at the end of the innings. Clipped away with a little flick of the wrist out towards backward square leg. Williams gets his first run. That's the end of the first over then. 2 on the board. Kishana Fonseca actually with Lancashire.
Opening the bowling for Lancashire from the pole end, number 30, Will Williams.
He's played second team cricket through the course of this season for Lancashire. One of 3 players, Lancashire players, England's under-19 squad. Charlie Barnard with Rocky Flintoff. And Kishana Fonseca all included in that 13-man squad that Lancashire named for this fixture, but Fonseca a chance to open up the batting and show what he can do for Cumbria alongside Evan Williams. Will Williams from the pole end. Nicely timed. Blatherwick chasing after that. Going to run 3. Yeah, good running, nice and positive. Good looking shot off the front foot. And they come back for 3 to 5 without loss as we start the second over of this innings. Williams and Bailey, new ball bowlers. as they are with Lancashire so many times, whether it's in the County Championship or the One Day Cup. Left by Fonseca, who performed very nicely for England's under-19s earlier this month. A score of 86 against Sri Lanka under-19s, coming off 149 deliveries and 13 fours. Same game that Rocky Flintoff played as well. That match was at Wormsley, and then a week later for England under-19s he got 76 against Sri Lanka in Cheltenham. And that was the same game where Rocky Flintoff got his century. Charlie Barnard also played in that game for England under-19s. So it's had a good couple of weeks for England under-19s as Kishana Fonseca. 86 and 76 in successive games. Chance to show what he can do here against his teammates. Going for a big booming drive, playing a miss. Through to Bell. He says he's looking forward to keeping wicket in this game. Was hopeful that maybe he'd get that chance too over the next few weeks in the One Day Cup. Played every game in this competition for Lancashire last season, George Bell. All 8 matches. Got a couple of 50s as well. He's got the gloves for this warm-up match. Clip away down to fine leg for a single. Doubles Fonseca's score, moves on to 2. 6 without loss. Oh, it's the end of the over as well, the final ball of the over. He starts his second over. That'll be 4 to the right of Lavelle at slip, and it's Ollie. No, it's Josh Boyden, I think, at third man. Yeah, Boyden down on the third man boundary, unable to get across to his left to cut that off. So 4 runs for Fonseca. It's back in a fraction from Bailey. It's him on towards the hip. Yeah, Fonseca just signaling there. That ball just coming back in a little bit towards him. Steered nicely away down to third man for a single. Josh Boyden played in this game as well last year, didn't he, in this warm-up fixture? picked up 3 wickets. Just gets underneath Morley's fingertips and Williams can get through for a single. In the game here last year, which was almost exactly 12 months ago, Morley played. He bowled 7 overs, picked up 1 for 46, but it was Jack Blatherwick and Josh Boyden that took the opened the bowling for Lancashire, but neither Tom Bailey nor Will Williams played in that game. Lancashire's bowling attack for that game had Blatherwick, Boyden, Aspinwall, Morley. We saw 3 overs of George Bell and 4 of Harry Singh. It's face of 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff in Lancashire's side. It's in the air, but it's over mid-on. That'll be 4. Held the pose too, didn't he? Fonseca just eased it up to the right of Williams at mid-on. Lovely looking shot. Stood there and held the pose too, didn't he? 4 to start the over, 4 to finish the over. Fonseca on 11, Williams on 5, and Cumbria 16 without loss. Bailey will come round from fine leg. And they come back for 2. Gets underneath Ollie Sutton, dived away to his right hand side but couldn't stop it. Four runs for Williams. Positive start by Cumbria, right up with the run rate so far. Josh Boyden, left arm seamer, as indeed is Ollie Sutton. So the 2 left arm options. Jack Blatherwick will have a go at some point as well. Will Williams and Tom Bailey. Plenty of bowling options there for George Balderson. Keeping an eye across the warm-up matches around the country with a lot of games taking place. Some interesting scores as well. Stop at backward point by Flintoff, and there's no run. Final ball of the over. 6 off it so far. Good carry through to Bell. 4 overs gone. 22 without loss. Fonseca on 11. Williams on 11. Target of 232 to win. Cornwall against Somerset. One of the many games taking place in this round of warm-up fixtures. Cornwall restricting Somerset to 272 for 9 from their 50 overs. This is the game. It's a little edge behind, yeah, taken by Bell. Fonseca just a little kiss off the edge of the bat. Bell does the rest. Nervous glance over the shoulder from Kashana Fonseca.
That's a wicket for Lancashire. Kashana Fonseca out for 11. Caught.
And Bailey strikes.
Bowled Tom Bailey.
And that's the first wicket to fall. So yes, Somerset 272 for 9. And in reply, Somerset have been a really good start. They've reduced Cornwall to 54 for 3, but good effort by Cornwall, restricting Somerset to 272 for 9. The other one that was quite interesting to watch is Cambridgeshire against Surrey. Surrey battered through their 50 overs, but they were bowled out for 223 in their match against Cambridgeshire. A 45 for 2 in reply, but Surrey had 2-3 all out. Good to see these games between the national counties and the first class counties, and interesting when
Next batter to the middle for Cumbria, Ben Walker.
you see such a mixture of some really senior players. I mean, Ben Folkes is playing in that Surrey side, for example, as well as sprinkling of some younger players. Ben Walkden's a new batter here at Sebba. Cumbria 22 for 1. Just want to keep a little eye across some of the other games as we go through the course of the next couple of hours. A wide from Bailey, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. 22 for 1. That's Ollie Sutton without his name and number on the back. He's played some second team cricket for Lancashire this season. Left arm bowler, left arm seamer. Look forward to watching him bowl at some point. take by Bell. Terrific take, leaping away to his left, one-handed. It's down the leg side. He's been called a wide by the umpire. What's this from George Bell? Spear down the leg side. Here he comes. Good ball from Bailey, just nips away from Ben Wharton. Another player with second team experience for Lancashire in the past. Ben Wharton just dabs it out towards backward point. Jack Morley Fields, there's no runs. That's 5 overs completed. 23 for 1. Williams on 11, Wharton on 5. Yeah, Wharton in the past has played second team cricket for Lancashire, and indeed he's played Derbyshire's second 11 as recently as last month. Over number 6. Defended by Williams. Back and across Williams and just guides the ball away into the offside. Boyden Fields, no run. In the air a little lopish from Williams, bouncing in front of cover. Josh Boyden Fields, no run. Take a single, just dropped away into the offside. Flintoff will catch up with it. .24 for 1. Take a single there, just pushed up towards mid-on where Blatherwick landed slightly awkwardly there by the looks of it, potentially. Jack Blatherwick, let's hope he's okay. Took a bit of a tumble. Just feeling that the small of his back. Picks himself up rather awkwardly. I think he's got himself all tangled up on the kind of in a slightly awkward position as he went to go and field the ball. He's going to come off here, isn't he? Let's take a look at this again. It's a heavy fall. Let's hope he's okay. Let's just glance down towards final leg. It's Charlie Barnard who's on as 12th man. Well, Jack Blatherwick just gets checked over. Down to the boundary. Leg buys is the call. It's Charlie Barnard as 12th man. Just beyond, just behind Barnard is Jack Blatherwick, who's just having a few stretches on the ground. Shapes away from Walkden to Bell. .29 for 1. So Williams 12, Walkden on 1. I suppose with Blatherwick you're not going to take too many risks. This is only the warm-up game for the main event, really, which starts on Wednesday. Just nips back into Walkden. Blimey, might have to take the wind out of him for a little while. He felt that. Rather concerned in the situation with Jack Blatherwick. Let's hope he's going to be okay, but he's hidden behind one of the advertising boards at the minute, but I can just see him. Dabbed away into the offside by Walkden. Flintoff Fields. And there he is. It was a heavy fall that Blatherwick took. And dot ball is just nudged up towards mid-on. He's getting back up now by the looks of it, Jack Blatherwick. So maybe a few stretches. And he looks like he might be okay. Fingers crossed. Is he going to come back on? That's a concern, I suppose, isn't it? If he doesn't feel like he's able to come back on. But as I said, maybe there's no point in taking the risk. Just brought fine leg up. That pull shot. Thickish top edge, bouncing down towards the boundary. hook, top edge hook down towards fine leg. Charlie Barnard, who was at fine leg, just been brought inside the circle. He's gone for 4. Well, I hope Jack's going to be all right. I'm going to go and get a bit of treatment, and fingers crossed, nothing too sinister. It was a heavy fall. A big strapping lad, isn't he? And it landed pretty hard on the outfield. Might not see him bowl then, by the looks of it. I'm going to see Josh Boyden. He enjoyed a good game here last year. 3 for 32 from 8 overs.
From the pole end, number 27, Josh Boyden.
In the fixture last year, got the wickets of Freddie Fallows and Sam Dutton and JJ Fielding. 12 months ago, and for the first time of the afternoon, replacing Will Williams, left arm over. Starts with a couple of dot balls. Had a few injury problems himself, Josh Boyden, so let's hope keeps himself injury free. Maybe a chance to try to force his way into this one-day side. A half step down the pitch by Williams, trying to find a gap into the offside, plays it but nicely. Good looking shot, punched away off the front foot out towards the point boundary for 4. Williams moves on to 16, so 37 for 1. Positive shot drilled to Williams at mid-off, and there's no run. Dot ball to end the over, so 4 coming off the first over by Josh Boyden. Evan Williams on 16. Ben Wharton on 5. Evan Williams, Bolton lad, born in Bolton. Few families in today. It's not the biggest crowd.
Change of bowling for Lancashire.
Plenty more on Wednesday.
Ollie Sutton.
In Durham are here for the one-day cup match. Ollie Sutton, we see now So he's played second team cricket for Lancashire and Worcestershire. That's been pulled. Heading over the top of our media tent. And rattling around somewhere behind us. I think it's gone over the top. Big hit for 6. Heading towards the Lancs TV van by the looks of it. .43 for 1. Yeah, he's played second team cricket for Lancashire and for Worcestershire. Left arm fast bowler. Picked up 3 for 29 for Lancashire's second 11 against Leicestershire's second 11 at the start of the month. Dot ball played up to mid-off and there's no run. So 43 for 1, Cumbria, that target 2-3-2 to win. And Lancashire's Director of Cricket, Mark Chelton.
Afternoon, Scott.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm alright, very well actually.
Good.
Always nice when it's not raining here, isn't it? So,
yeah. It's quite nice when it's raining, to be fair.
Yeah, it is, yeah. But no, it's great to get out there. I've had a couple of tough years with the weather, and certainly nice driving up and getting a full game in pretty much, so it's been good.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I got here this morning. The covers were on, there's quite a lot of water on the covers. I was a little bit concerned, but didn't not lost too much. Tell us a little bit about this lad, Ollie Sutton.
Yeah, well, Ollie's, I suppose, been on the radar for quite some time, part of our under-19 setup, so I don't know if you remember that, but he's 24 now, so obviously I was aware of him when he was playing in our under-19s. Decent performer at that age group. I remember him coming in for some extra work with the pros. A couple of the seamers came in, and I think, you know, it's something that I've been considering recently actually. You know, our academy finishes at under 18, which you tend to get a good idea of who your batsmen are by that age, but often your bowlers can sometimes just take a little bit longer to develop. So, you know, if you look at the likes of Tom Bailey playing today, Tom came through quite late. So, you know, Ollie ultimately has gone away, played league cricket, got himself in good condition, been out to Australia for 2 or 3 winters, and I think just, I don't know, become a little bit more robust, started to really put some, certainly over the last 2 years, he's put some excellent league performances together for Formby. Obviously, primary skill set we would see as his bowling, but he also comes batting for Formby, so we know he's got good capability with the bat. And yeah, I suppose he has been, at the start of the season, we'll produce a list of interested people who we just keep an eye on, and then felt like he deserved a bit of a run, and we've been quite impressed with what we've seen so far over the last month.
It's interesting, that gap you mentioned, when it kind of stops at 18 and you got an idea about potentially where players might be if they're batters, but maybe not quite the same with bowlers. Is the situation now the best situation that there is to try and bridge the gap, or is there another way to do it?
I don't know. I'm still trying to work it out.
Okay,
actually.
fair enough.
Yeah, I am. If I'm honest, I'm still trying to work it out, because, you know, the rules are such that when we invite non-contract players in to attend training, we have to pay people. So once people sort of come out of under 18 age group, if they're not on a rookie contract or a contract of sorts, then counties have to be prepared to pay them on an hourly rate based on, you know, revenue rates and government rates that are set. So that's a challenge for a lot of people, really, and we have to decide on how we go about that. And I'm not quite sure. All I know is that we've got talented bowlers at the age of 19 and 20 who we're trying to find a way to continue to support, but they have to financially support themselves, don't they? So depending on what their own personal financial circumstances are, some 19, 20-year-olds will have to be going out and getting a job. And, you know, I suppose in some ways that feels a bit wrong, when clearly they might need another year or two. That'll be my phone. Put that on silent.
Answer if you need to.
All right. Just the wife. You you know, they might need another year or two to develop. I mean, I remember talking to Fred about this quite recently, and he felt that he didn't really bowl quick until he was sort of 22, 23. Now, I'd question that. I thought he was quite sharp at 19, but yeah, I think, you know, to get to his top pace still took a little bit of time. So I think for us, we still need to try and think about how we can support people. You know, whether we can support them with some part-time employment, with trying to use our network to get them into coaching positions or other positions at the club, where you can help support them financially on top of us offering them training and development opportunities alongside the pro squad.
And just that was the end of that over as well. We've had 9, so 51 for 1. Williams on 16, Walkden on 16 as well. Just give the viewers a little insight as to when players do leave your academy and the age group level, and if they don't, it's caught down the leg side. That, yeah, Walkden's gone. Boyden gets his first wicket. Bell takes the catch, and Cumbria lose their second wicket, 51 for 2 as we start the 10th over. In terms of keeping the cross players and the progress of players that go back and play club cricket, and that's their main source of cricket. How do you keep across potential young talent around the region?
I
suppose before I answer that question, if I just explain that when players come out of academies, we tend to try and put them into 3 slots. They're either we're really interested and a rookie contract is on the table. There's a middle group, which generally is the biggest group of players who you still are interested in. You want to continue to see how their development picks up. You want to continue to offer them some support. And then there's maybe a batch of players who you think, you know, time's probably come with us and feel free to find out what other opportunities. So for that middle group, which is the ones we're talking about, I think we're tapping into our network right across the board, really. So we've got scouts in place. Chris Bembo, head of Talent Pathway, he'll manage a group of scouts that work across the region. We're always looking on, you think all the coaches will be always looking on Play Cricket and following scores, and we're very aware of who's performing in the leagues, and I suppose that you then, anything you're interested in, you're following up with the network that you know. There's invariably across the board, we're probably going to know someone who we can reach out to and ask some questions about people who are performing and how they're going. So I suppose with someone like Ollie, who you've sort of kept a bit of a loose eye on for the last couple of years and seeing how he's performing, you're then thinking, right, well, you've got a list of players who, when the opportunities arise within our second team cricket, and this is the list that we're going to work to. And that list, I suppose, is being edited on a fairly regular basis based on intel you're getting and performances people are putting in. So, I mean, there are a number of examples of people coming through, you know, having been part of a system and then taking a break and learning their game and then coming back bigger, better and stronger, I suppose.
Will Frayne is the new batter for Cumbria, someone who's had plenty of first-class experience at a couple of different counties. 52 for 2. So Frayne and Williams batting here for Cumbria. We've got Lancashire's Director of Cricket, Mark Chilton, with us.
I think just to go back to Ollie briefly, I think one skill set we potentially see in him is an ability to take wickets. So this format is particularly critical to trying to keep how you're going to pick up wickets through that middle phase, and you've got to think, you know, what types and styles of bowlers do you need to try and be a wicket threat, because if a team can coast through those overs and set themselves up for the last 15 or 10 overs, then you tend to be in trouble with regards to a score. So that's you know, he's left arm, he's tall, he gets a bit behind the ball, he's got some pace on it. You know, is that going to just unsettle people through those middle overs, and what can he bring to our team? So.
cracked back over the head of Josh Boyden for 4 by Evan Williams. He moves on to 20, 57 4-2.
Also part of our pathway, Evan. I think he's the same year as Josh Boyden and that crew. So I remember seeing him down at Old Trafford a bit as well. And Ben Walkden, of course, who's just looked like he nicked one down the leg side. That looked a bit unlucky.
Is it quite nice, actually, Mark, when you obviously seen lads that have been down at Old Trafford a bit and part of the club's programmes, and actually you obviously still playing to a good standard and still enjoying it and still wanting to keep playing? Is that quite nice?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and they might still be trying to push their case, and this is a great. The National Counties programme is a great platform for them to do that. Really, it's a level up from league cricket, isn't it? And it's just a level down from county stuff. So again, it's an area that we would look at with regards to talent ID, and we can also we've put a couple of players from Lancs into Cumbria this year. Trying so it supports Cumbria trying to put a stronger side out, but at the same time it helps us with some development. Harry Singh's played a few T20 games. Crofty played a little bit when he was trying to get his eye in for the Blast. So it's a really good setup for us to be able to draw on and see the next best talent.
And I guess that was an example of it with Fonseca batting here for Cumbria today.
To some degree, yesterday was quite a challenging day. I won't go into too much of the details over it, but yeah, we had 13 in our squad. Cumbria just reached out a little bit to say I think they've got a big cup game on today, so 2 or 3 of those their regulars are missing, and we managed to get Kesh registered this morning to play for Cumbria, which it is a good example really that ultimately we get a young Lancashire player. I'd much rather him play today than run drinks, and he looked quite good for the time he was out there, and I don't know what it looked like on the screen. It looked quite a good ball to me. So.
Turned away to mid wicket where Harry Singh fields, and there's no run. It's a 60 for 2. That completes the over. That's 10 gone. 22 to Williams. Will Frames on 1. 60 for 2 here at Sedbergh School. It's quite interesting chatting to George Bell before because he's obviously a good example of how this competition was a way into Lancashire's first team for him, and that's countless examples of that all around the country. But I just got me thinking about, and asked him about the step up from second team cricket to first team cricket. The second team cricket, Mark, is that still that's still a good standard? Then is it? That's still a good place to have players on the fringe of your first team playing. I say it in relation to kind of like football's reserves league. It gets a bit of sticks, and it's not very good. It's a big step up from that to first team. I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah, well, I don't know enough about the football to comment on that comparison. My view on second team cricket is that it probably needs a little bit of work, and I think there's a number of DOCs around the county who probably feel similar.
Okay.
And there's a number of aspects to that really that I suppose affect people's perspectives and ideas on it really. Some of it is funding. Key drivers for me would be facilities probably. We actually, if I look at Lancashire's scenario this year, we've had to put out quite a young second team at times, probably too young. You sort of want to find a balance between a lot of your young pros playing and trying to develop their games, and then your top end academy players. Really, that's the ideal balance at second team cricket. But with the way the game's gone, it feels quite a lot different because your senior players don't tend to need second team cricket to get themselves back into form anymore, whereas that. Again, if you roll back a few years, it was often used as a platform to go and have a little knock in the twos, get your eye in. Not as relevant now, I don't think.
Why would that be the case?
I don't know. I think players are just very used to probably maybe better practice options for them.
Okay.
So you know, if you think back again, I'm probably going back a bit too far, but if you go back to the back end of my career, your nets was still quite traditional around batters facing bowlers a lot, and the bowlers' workloads are managed so often now that you see the coaches with the sidearms. So the ability for a batsman, professional batsman, to get coach support and lots of, you know, face lots of balls from a coach is probably better than it ever was. So if they get themselves on a good pitch with a good, you know, coaches work really hard supporting the players, then they can probably get themselves into quite a good space without the need for game time. Then you factor in your franchise players, so and if you quite quickly, even with a squad, I think we've got 22 less than England lads this year. You know, you've actually only got 2-3 pros available, and I think you probably need a couple more than that to raise the standard.
Right.
And I don't think Lancs is the only county that has this challenge. You know, it's been particularly challenging for us this year, but you probably want a second team that's got at least half a dozen, 5 or 6 young pros in it, because it should be driving the standard. And so when you factor that, you know, they're 2 or 3 of the key things for me, and you want to be getting on as good a facilities as you can, and the clubs do a great job for us. But this year again, we all know the challenges with the weather. You know, we've missed a lot of game time, the wickets might not have had as much prep time as they could have, so I do feel like the gap has possibly widened and just needs a bit of a review. I still think it has real relevance. You know, whether you really have an under 23 focus again, I'm not sure what the answer is. I think it needs a meeting of minds to say, right, well, let's put up some of our challenges and then look at some of the solutions. An obvious one for us is Farrington. I mean, in so many ways, Farrington creates so much opportunity for us, purely based on the quality of the facilities that are going in there. Essentially, is, you know, very similar spec to Old Trafford, which, you know, is huge for us really. So any cricket outside of Old Trafford, we know is going to be played on top quality surfaces with a team that's operating it, and having that control, I think will be a huge asset for us really.
You see quite a lot, or the majority of your second team home games being played at Farrington than in the
I think I think further afield, yes.
Right,
I think the square obviously needs to bed in, and we need to sit and figure out what that programme looks like, because, you know, we could throw, there's so much we could throw at it, and we've got all the community stuff to support, which is very relevant as well. So at some point we need to sit down with Matt and his team, and how much can we drive through it without that causing it too much damage. But yeah, ultimately we'll be trying to maximise the use out of it across the board really, because you want from a development perspective, we would want all our performance teams to be having access to it 100% of the time.
4 more for Frayne, driven through extra cover, 71 for 2 in the 12th. He moves on to 9. I drove past it on the way to Southport the other week when we played there, didn't we? And it's underway, isn't it? The building work's underway and stuff.
Oh yeah, it looks. I mean, it's really coming on now. You know, a lot of the groundworks have been established, so the landscape's starting to take shape. You can see the bowls around the side of the pitches. The drainage has all gone in. Mallinsons, who are the sort of outfields experts, they're on site now. Right. So the drainage, the irrigation. The squares are due to get laid sometime in August. So yeah, it really is starting to take shape, and that was the key from a time perspective. Getting the squares in is critical, because they need to get in early enough in the summer to just bed in and get a little bit of growth. I'm not a grounds expert, but having talked to Matt about it, if you get the loam for the square in too late, then you don't get enough growth, and it almost stalls the whole programme by 12 months. Right. So getting those squares in August was really critical for everybody, and it looks like, you know, we've managed to get there. couple of nice shots there. He's a good player, this lad, Frayne.
Yeah, he's played quite a bit of first-class cricket, hasn't he? Moves to 13.
Probably one of those players, you know, there'll have been a few over the years, won't you, that you wonder why it never happened for them, really, at first-class level.
30 first-class games, 25 List A matches and 36 T20s for Yorkshire, wasn't he? But I think he played for Nottinghamshire as well. Yep, he played for Notts, but plenty for Yorkshire. Remember getting runs in a match against Lancashire a few years ago for Yorkshire. 75 for 2. 1 ball left to the 12th. Boyden's. Well, this will be the end of his third over. 24 to Williams, 13 to Frayne. This is the National Counties Showcase game. It's the warm-up match ahead of the One Day Cup starting on Wednesday. It completes the 12th over as well. 75 for 2. So you kind of summing up the last few weeks. I've tell you, we've been having quite a lot of conversations about scheduling and signing players and all that stuff. I said on the radio the other week, it's got to be an absolute nightmare for directors of cricket to try and get players in, to know what your squad's going to look like, especially when you got your knockout T20 games in September. Just give the viewers and listeners a little bit of an insight to that kind of challenge that you've got. And I know it's ongoing. I know Lancashire's not on their own with this, but it must be.
Yeah,
I
suppose. Yeah, it is, and I guess certainly over the last month, you're spending a huge amount of time on it. It's one of the reasons why, and this is nothing against the overseas players that play for us or county cricket, but it's one of the reasons that I hold the view now that I think 2 overseas players is not appropriate anymore. I think we have plenty of talent in this country. If I was in charge, I'd be putting 1 overseas player into the Blast and 1 overseas player into Championship, and I probably wouldn't have any in the 50. Because I think we've got enough talent, and we should be focusing our attention on really supporting that talent to develop into future England cricketers. That's my own perspective.
And is that because of the difficulty and availability for overseas players for a sustained period of time through a summer, or the availability of top class overseas players?
I think it's probably a number of things. I think that the 2 main things would be cost, so finance, and time. So, you know, as a director of cricket, I want to really try and get my head in the game across the board with everything that we're doing, and sometimes that's just, you just don't have enough hours in the day to do that. So you take your eye off a little bit of the pathway. You might not get to as much women's cricket as you would like. I haven't yet managed to get to a county age group game, and part of that is because you're spending an awful lot of time on the talking to agents, and then the admin that's required to try and get these overseas players to your club. Now, you don't have to have them, and I accept that. And people,
that was going to be my follow-up point. Yeah, well,
it's an obvious point to say, but you've also then got a coach who, you know, wants to try and be, well, and of course I want to be successful as well. So while the rules are in place, you think, well, how can we deal with these to give ourselves the best chance of having some success? Because we all want to win trophies. It always comes back to this balance of us trying to compete strongly in all competitions, but have the balance between developing local talent as well. And you know, I've said a number of times, our 3 objectives around winning, developing local players and developing England players don't often line up, but you sort of, it's part that comes with part of the territory. So you're quite right that we don't have to go down this route, but you might be a stronger squad and stronger team if you do, and if your competitors are doing it, then you probably need to consider your options. And that's really what we've done. We knew, if I give Chris Green as an example, Chris had a hugely positive effect on and off the field since he's come in, but we always knew we were going to lose him for certainly the playoffs. I think there's an outside chance he might be able to make finals, but he's got He's got to leave.
He'd have to come back, wouldn't he?
He's had to come back, yeah. He's going to be playing in Barbados on the Thursday and St Lucia on the Monday, so it's a challenge, however way you spin it, and it's costly. So it comes back to my other point about finance, really. If I look at what we spend on salaries and expenses for overseas players, you know, flights and houses and it all adds up, really. And you're like, well, like I say, this is nothing against. It's not actually specific to Lancashire. I try to sometimes take a bit more of a helicopter view about what I think is right for English cricket. I think in this instance, when you know the numbers involved, you think actually I could really do with that amount of money to plough into here, because it's going to help this group of people develop at a slightly faster rate. So I suppose that's where I end up, really, you know. And not every DOC shares the same sentiment, you know. I think some are starting to realise the logistical challenges of it and probably support my view, but many of them don't. You know, they feel that, you know, having 2 raises the standard, gives great opportunities for young players, and I see all of those benefits. You know, I obviously see that when all our young lads are sitting around listening to Nathan Lyon talk about cricket, you know, that has huge value, doesn't it?
A change of bowling from the power end with George Balderson replacing Josh Boydham.
It's probably why I land somewhere in the middle, because with a lot of things that come my way, Scott, it tends to be some sort of compromise. You know, you'll have a position here and a position here, and you have to find some common ground, and that's probably where I am with the overseas players. I think we've just gone a little bit too far one way, and we can just address that balance a little bit. I mean, you tell me, but I don't think it will add to gate numbers, really. I don't think it'll bring people. The odd player might bring people through the gate.
There'd be an exception to the player that would do that, wouldn't there? I think. Like a top name would. I would think.
I think they probably do, but again, you know, how often do you get the top name? Sure. You know, we were really lucky to get Nathan, and you know, there's no doubt that there's huge value to players listening to him talk. So, you know, I recognise all of that. I just think we can probably address the balance a little bit better.
He said to me after the game at Southport that he's made friends for life at Lancashire and would be very happy to return.
Yeah, well, I'd like to think so. You know, I mean, a lot of time and effort goes into trying to make sure that they have a really good experience with us. You know, we're proud. We're a proud club. We're proud about how we go about our business and how we treat people, and they're all really important things that I'd certainly like most overseas players, or every overseas player that spends time with us, to say at least we did it the right way, and you know, we do try to look after people. And so to hear him say that is really important for me, and I'm glad he has enjoyed his experience, and we've enjoyed having him. We didn't play as well as we could during his time. The weather was against us a little bit. The decision for him to not be here at the back end was frustrating for everybody, but he's still been a really important part of Lancashire's 2024 season, and we thank him for coming and his effort. So yeah, and you know, hopefully when I'm over in Australia, you can just drop him a note and say hello. You know, that's what cricket's all about, isn't it?
And you managed to get him and Jimmy together.
Yeah, I know that was a bit of a treat for everyone, really.
Just I mean,
yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, I had to be at a meeting at Old Trafford on that morning when Jimmy got 7th. I was a bit disappointed about that, but yeah, no, what a treat. I mean, that's where county cricket still is somewhat unique, and obviously there's the benefit in having the overseas players, I suppose. And Jimmy, all I've seen so far is Jimmy with his feet up on the balcony next to Brendan. They look very relaxed, the pair of them. So I heard the radio saying that he just keeps walking past them going, every day's a batting day. So it'll be good to see him when he comes back and see how he's finding it.
Be nice to get another game out of him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was obviously in fairly regular dialogue before the Southport game, but I think we all understood, and I think quite rightly all his attention was on that fixture really, and he, you know, what a great few days he had. It really was a fantastic turnout for him and tribute for his career, his English career. And then I think I'll pick up with him probably in a few weeks. You know, he wanted to see how he felt the coaching element of it went and how he enjoyed it. He's certainly not said no yet, but we'll just see how he feels in a couple of weeks. Must be quite strange for him, I would think. So I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a bit of time just to process it all and figure out actually what does he want to do. Does he want to get his bowling boots back on, or has he enjoyed being on the other side of the road?
What was it like for you when you come into the back end?
Well, I wasn't very good, so it was quite easy. Yeah, it was a very easy decision, Scott.
I'm done.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Did it take a bit of getting used to,
Not
though, that you
really,
knew you had to
no.
go to a different?
Not really. I think I'd made that decision probably 3 months out. I think I started in the team in that year in 2011, and I obviously played my bit. You know, I think I might have played 10 of the games, I think. But I certainly, towards the back end of the year, you know, struggled for runs again. I wasn't in the white ball team anymore, and I suppose I remember mid-season thinking, just got to start getting your head around not playing really. And I think once you get your head in that space, then you can go out with, I don't know, just try to enjoy the last 3 months, even though I wasn't playing very well. Just try to enjoy, and to be honest, from the day I finished, I've not for 1 minute really missed playing. You know, it's hard playing. It's tough. You know, it's mentally tough, and it takes its toll on you after a certain amount of time, I suppose.
Finished pretty well, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It seemed like a good way to go, really.
Yeah,
you know, after, you know, and I've always said whenever I've talked about this that the one I could have been a slightly better player. I could have scored a few more runs. It would have been nice to win more trophies, but ultimately I know that I gave everything every time I was on the pitch, and you know, ultimately I'm very proud of the playing career I had, even if it was a, you know, reasonably modest one.
Did it help that you? I think I'm right in thinking this. I spoke to you at the time about it. That you knew what you were going to do next, didn't you? You had an idea at least, didn't you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I was definitely in a state of flux for a while, and then I think probably the influence of Morsey across the board. I suppose I really felt the benefit of really top quality coaching, because top quality coaching is not easy. It's not easy, and I don't think there's not a huge amount of people out there who can really crack it, and certainly Morsey's influence on me, both as a player and an individual, was significant at the time. You know, I suppose having someone of that, you know, who really understands the art of coaching and how to influence and develop people, I suppose his influence on me off the pitch as well, I started to think, oh, actually I could potentially see myself doing something like that, because I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do. And then I suppose positive conversations with him about it. I remember one day I said I think I might go, I can't remember what it was I wanted to do. It was something quite practical, like, I don't know, joinery or something like that. I've always fancied being a carpenter. And he just he looked at me as if to say, what? Why would you do that when you've got, you know, your skills and your management skills? And I was like, oh right, okay, so is that what you think? And so then it gives you a bit of belief and confidence. Oh, well, maybe I should be using that. So yeah, and then I got, you know, MGS were very supportive at that time. They had me on their radar, and here I am. 10 years on.
Where does the time go?
Yeah.
89 for 2 here in the 16th over, target of 232. Got Bottleson into the attack, into his second over. And to bring it, I suppose, back up to where we are now, and looking ahead to what we've got coming up for the rest of the season, this competition. I've been saying this to some of the lads who've been joining us through the course of the day, I've really enjoyed this format the last few years. It's been one of my favourite parts of the season to follow.
Yeah, and I don't disagree really. Partly because of everything we were talking about before, where there's so many moving parts to the rest of the season. Certainly, this last 6 weeks prior to this, there's a lot going on, isn't there? There's lots of different formats. There's people in and out. This has stability to it this next month because pretty much everyone knows where they are. You've got a little bit of transition between the 100 and the competition, but not a lot. So, the likes of Aspinwall and Hurst, we know they're with Manchester. There might be the opportunity to feed them into this team, but generally how it's worked in the last 2 years is the sort of 13, 14, 15 man squad that plays in this competition tends to stay pretty consistent. So it gives everybody just a bit of stability, and it is an enjoyable comp in a number of ways, because you're also getting those young players, and you're getting those fringe players put into opportunities where they can really push their case forward. It's obviously a level up from second team, but it's arguably a level down from absolute first team 50 over cricket, because you've lost your 100 players.
You still going to see some spin with Jack Morley coming in. I don't know. Let's not get bogged down in the weeds of the schedule and all that stuff. We'll be here forever, won't we? But do you still feel it fits okay alongside the 100 this format, or would you stick it at the start of the season?
Yeah,
you do with the 50 over competition.
You're right. Let's not get stuck into the weeds of it.
Okay.
Did you know what? I like the format. I really like the format. I think I'd be really disappointed if it ultimately was sacrificed to make sure the schedule worked. I wouldn't be an advocate of that. I'm definitely on the side of the three formats can exist. We just need to find a slightly more workable schedule. I don't know what that is, but
yeah.
In some ways it works well sitting under the 100, but there's also part of me that would want to see a really top class April, May, where you've only got your IPL guys missing, and I think because I do think it's a really interesting format. It still has time to fluctuate. It has time to certainly from a batting perspective, there's a bit more of a degree of skill involved around how you manage your innings, how you put pressure on through the middle overs, how you keep trying to find the boundary, how you set yourself up for the back end. There's just a little bit more decision making to make, which I think is really healthy for the game. It's nice to see Jack bowling again. He's had a tough few weeks. He's picked up another injury, but he's fully fit now, so he's been desperate to get back out in the park.
Yeah, and he'll be one of a number of you players here that know they've got a busy few weeks. They're going to be front and centre of it, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, there's a few players who know this is a real opportunity for them, and
come back for two with that. 93 for two. Williams on to 32. It's been a format actually that's hit over mid-off on bounce and all the way for six. Clears the rope. Been a format that you've done well in. You've had consistency. Knockout stage last year, reached the final year before, was it?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the start of the year sometimes you think about how you might prioritise competitions, but with the amount of change that you get, and some of it not planned for either, we sort of take the view that there's no reason why we can't compete strongly across the board, and if you look at the players on show today and then a couple more to add in on Wednesday, you think, well, yeah, why shouldn't this team have a good run at it? I mean, there are obviously there are some sides that aren't disadvantaged from losing your 100 players, and we've lost Tom and Matthew, who would have obviously played in this team, but that creates more opportunity. And I was going to ask you, really, what is it that you enjoy about the competition?
Almost exactly everything you've said.
Right.
I really enjoy the fact that you see some younger players in the mixture of with some senior pros. I really just like 50 over cricket, and I think because it's congested a little bit, it's short, it's all together. You feel like you've got a bit of a story developing. You feel like you've got a bit of a, rather than it being kind of fragmented across, I mean, the course of 2 blocks in T20 cricket as we've had, for example. I think the fact that I know it's quite hectic going back to back, and next week we're away for a week, aren't we, and stuff like that. But I just like the whole feel, the way it's set up.
But even that trip for some of the younger lads, you know, they might not have spent as much time with Dale and Will and Craig, so that's quite a nice trip for the team, because they spend a week together on the coach. You know, I think we're away for about 6 days, aren't we? Go to Derby, to Taunton, to Hampshire, and you know, again, you get a real nice unity from that. You know, you get a couple of training sessions in, or you might get a game of golf in, or you might do a team, so just something together as a team. And a lot of the time during the year, that's really tough for us to do, because everyone, I'm really conscious when we get time off that it should be time off. Whereas this competition, like you say, it works quite well from that team environment. And certainly when I coach it 2 years ago, I think I might have head coached it, I can't remember now. But the year I did that, I absolutely loved it. You know, it was great.
Yeah, it gets a bit of a knock-in, doesn't it? I think 50 over cricket, it seems to be the one that people say, well, if you're going to open up some space, whether domestically or internationally, then this is the one that
Evan Williams and
must
Will Frame from
acknowledge this
51 balls.
half-century partnership too between Evan Williams and Will Frame. 101 for 2. But no, I like 50 over cricket. I think it's a really enjoyable format. It feels like you can spend the day watching a game that can ebb and flow and change, and it allows teams to build innings. It allows you to follow a narrative rather than kind of crash bang one.
I think it's an easy cop out, isn't it, the 50 overs, and part of that is because, you know, players, let's be honest, players can play for half the time and earn, you know, a lot more money, and that's the reality of it. And you know, I suppose it's also driven by the broadcasters around T20 being a slightly easier product for people to engage with because of its shorter period. I think the danger we potentially face is that you're going to flood that market if you're not careful, and then naturally the product becomes less appealing because you're seeing the same thing over and over again. And I think that's how I, you know, as a traditionalist who enjoys the subtleties of the game, it doesn't mean I don't enjoy and appreciate the skill involved in T20 cricket. And you know, Friday's game was a great example of that's great entertainment, isn't it? And that innings from the Northants player Britsky was a phenomenal knock. But there are a lot of T20 games that follow quite a formulaic path, maybe don't have particularly close finishes, whereas I think this format opens itself up to like you say, the phases of the game and the fluctuations of all the skills that are required. In the captain can have a bigger effect in 50 over cricket. I think the way they manage their bowlers and their fields to try and create pressure and take wickets, and T20 can get a little bit formulaic at times, where you sort of set a fairly consistent routine, and therefore for me it loses its appeal a little bit just based on that. But
it's an interesting point about the fluctuation, when there's too much potentially of it. I know you had a bit of a spell out in Australia in the Big Bash, didn't you? And I commented on quite a bit of Big Bash in the winter, and that they flooded that, didn't they, with more games, and then they've scaled it back because people just weren't turning up in the same numbers again. You can almost have too much of a good thing, can't you?
Yeah, I think, and often you'll just chase the quick buck, won't you?
Yeah.
And that's where, for me, the administrators have a real responsibility to find the right balance, really. And again, it comes down to some balance and compromise, doesn't it? So let's not just get too carried away with the cash and all this. Yeah.
You done?
Yeah. Looks like it. No, it's good to chat. I mean, Alex said 5 overs. I don't know how long I've done, but I always enjoy chatting with you, Scott.
Sorry.
So
I got completely carried away there. Sorry about that.
Thing is, when I'm chatting to you, I'm not watching any of the cricket.
That's just taking care of itself, is that, isn't it?
I've never been very good at multitasking. So it's always nice to chat to you, Scott.
Cheers, Julie. Thank you, mate.
See you, mate.
Mark Chilton, Lancashire's director of cricket. He was going to join me for 5 overs, but it's been a bit longer. But I enjoyed that. We're going down many different avenues there, many different subjects. But hopefully all pretty interesting. 107 for 2. So in the 19th. And we acknowledged the partnership, which was 56 so far that these two have put on. I think I can add to that now, but I'm taking another single. It's a 57 run partnership, 108 for 2. Williams on 45 and Will Frayne on 25. It's in the air. No one back at long on. Come back for 2. That's top edged. Fine leg coming up. Jack Morley takes the catch. Will Frayne departs for 25. Ends a good partnership. 111 for 3. Partnership worth 60. Frayne out for 25.
The wicket for Lancashire, Will Frayne out for 25, caught Jack Morley off the bowling of George Balderson.
Catch from Morley coming up from the boundary. Absolute skyer by Will Frayne. Nicely in position to take the catch. Matthew Simple and new batter. Skipper out to the middle now. for Cumbria. Made a pretty solid start to this reply. 111 for 3 inside the 20th over.
The next batter to the middle for Cumbria is Matthew Semple.
Don't forget, Lancashire back here on Wednesday. If you do come up, I need to give this a mention. If you do come up on Sunday for this game, then you can get a copy of the Cumbria County Cricket Club yearbook. You also get some fish and chips by the look of it. But I've been given a copy of the Cumbria County Cricket Club yearbook, and I did promise I would mention that. So make sure you try and pick up a copy of that. There's loads of information in it, loads of scorecards and reports, and plenty of background knowledge on the players and on the ground here at Sebra. There's venues that Cumbria use, the various records, scorecards. Well worth finding yourself a copy of the yearbook, Cumbria yearbook. Been playing cricket here at Sebra School, Cumbria, since 2006, which was their first championship match here. One of the various grounds used by Cumbria right across the county. So, yeah, the Cumbria County Cricket Club yearbook. Get yourself a copy of that if you're here on Wednesday. Still tickets available for Wednesday as well. I think they're about a tenner, I think, for a ticket. Honestly, if you're watching the feed and on the live stream and listening to us via the BBC today, and you've got Wednesday off and the forecast is good, I promise you won't regret coming. It's lovely. It really is a beautiful venue to come and spend a day watching some cricket. It'd be well worth it. Matthew Semple playing a forward defensive there. So Bolderson continues. So 111 for 3. While we're chatting to Mark Chilton, I'd noticed that the game between Cambridgeshire and Surrey has finished. And Surrey have won the match. But what caught my eye was the fact that, unfortunately, from Cambridgeshire's point of view, because of course they're playing host to this National Counties game, that the match was abandoned due to a dangerous pitch. The game was taking place at Fenners, but yeah, dangerous pitch, which is really disappointing for Cambridgeshire. Their big showpiece game. Look at some of the other scores. We'll take a look at that Northumberland-Durham match, actually, because that is, of course, the first game for Lancashire in the one-day cup on Wednesday. Northumberland bowled out for 192 in that fixture. Durham in reply 116 for 5, but looking at some of the names featuring, which we're likely to see, I guess, on Wednesday. Scott Borthwick's playing in that match for Durham. Ben McKinney, who played for Durham against Lancashire in the Blast. Michael Jones, who's international for Scotland. Hayden Mustard, who's the son of Phil Mustard. And yes, he's a wicket-keeper. Playing in the game. Paul Coghlan. So, a few players that have quite a bit of first-class experience. This could be tight. Throw coming in towards the keeper's end, but managed to cross for a single. 113 for 3. So Durham are 116 for 5 in the 29th over. 192 is their target to win, and Lancashire welcome Durham here to Sedbergh School on Wednesday for the opening one-day cup game.
That's 50 for Evan Williams.
Nicely played down the ground for a single for Williams. Moves to a fine 50. So 60 deliveries. He's batted very nicely. Has previously been with Lancashire as a younger lad. Playing for Cumbria and putting together a half century. 14 for 3. 3 coming off the over. We've got the drone back up again. Look at the pictures that we're seeing. A drone hovering somewhere above Sedbergh. Views of the ground and the fells in the distance. School grounds away to the right of the screen and just below where the drone is. The village of Sedbergh there tucked away to the left hand side. Balderson to continue. Run down to third man. Should be 2. There is. So Surrey and Cambridge that game abandoned. Worcestershire have beaten the Wales national county by 9 wickets. Century for Ed Pollock. Rob Jones, from a Lancashire lad, playing in that team for Worcestershire. So they've beaten the Wales national county by 9 wickets. Where another game's taking place. Wiltshire taking on Glamorgan. That's in Swindon today. Wiltshire making 236. Glamorgan 161 for 3. After 28 overs, Billy Root's batting there for Glamorgan. Middlesex against Oxfordshire. Middlesex 333 for 8. Sam Robson making 69. Josh DeCary's 42. It's pulled, it's in the air, but it will be landing safe. It's to the left of Williams on the square leg boundary. So Middlesex 333 for 8. Oxfordshire in reply 144 for 5. Hampshire up against Dorset today. It's the end of the 22nd over here. 5 gone, 5 ball by Balderson. 1 for 17 for today's captain for Lancashire. It's 117 for 3. So Hampshire making 336 for 8. Dorset in reply 127 for 6. Oh, I've got some more furry friends in. There's a couple of dogs have been walking back and forth. There's actually a public footpath which runs behind the bowler's arm at the Evans end of the ground. So you don't actually need to technically pay to come and watch the cricket. There's some benches on that footpath, which a few people are sitting on to watch. Worked away through wide mid-on for a single. Northamptonshire are in Norwich today. They're taking on Norfolk in their warm-up match. At Horsford Cricket Club in Norwich. Northamptonshire making 312. .132 for 4 in reply. Norfolk, looks like a nice day in Norwich. George Bartlett made 128 for Northamptonshire. That's quite a strong Northant side. Emilio Gay, George Bartlett, Saif Zabe, Lewis McManus, James Sales, Freddie Heldrick. They all played on Friday in the blast against Lancashire. Well, some of them did. McManus did. Saif Zabe did. Freddie Heldrick did. So Northamptonshire 312 all out. Norfolk all 139 for 5. In reply, that's the end of the over. 4 coming off it. 121 for 3. 23 overs gone here at Sedbergh School. Oh, here we go. This is this little footpath. I think this is this public footpath that runs just alongside the edge of the ground.
From the pole end,
Sunday afternoon dog walk.
Williams.
Yeah, that's the footpath, and you can take a little seat on the on those benches and watch a bit of cricket. Will Williams returns for Lancashire from the Powell end of the ground, so that ends Balderson's spell. Take you back to some of the games elsewhere at Nantwich in Cheshire. It's Derbyshire against Cheshire. Derbyshire 242 all out. Cheshire in reply 234 for 6. We can't bring you any footage from that, I don't think. Okay, well, we can. Oh, I didn't think we could. That's a great effort. Managed to find a bit of footage from somewhere. 231 for 5. In reply, Cheshire. Short ball by Williams. Simple sways out the way of it. And there's no run. Sussex against Hertfordshire is at Arundel today, one of the beautiful cricket grounds in the country. Sussex 340 for 6 up against Hertfordshire. Little edge behind, gone. Bell takes the catch. Cumbria captain departs for 3. Will Williams gets his first of the afternoon.
That's a wicket for Lancashire. Matthew Semple out for
121 for 4.
George Bell
Chase that
bowling,
wide
Will
ball.
Williams.
Thin edge of the top of the bat. Bell does the rest. Matthew Semple makes his way back up towards the pavilion. 121 for 4, halfway through the 24th over. Reminder that target of 232. Let's have a look at that match. Sussex Hertfordshire then. Sussex 340 for 6 and Hertfordshire in reply.
The next batter to the middle for Cumbria is Freddie Fellows.
As Freddie Fellows comes out to bat for Cumbria. Hertfordshire 192 for 3. Replying to that Sussex total of 340 for 6. There's a century in that match for Tom Haynes. Tom Clark made 96. Okay. Finn Hudson-Prentice playing in that game. Jack Carson. Daniel Ibrahim, who I think actually is from Burnley. I think he's a Lancashire lad. Also playing for Sussex. So 340 for 6 and Hertfordshire in reply 192 for 3. So Freddie Fellows, the new batter for Cumbria, bowled nicely earlier on today. Very tidy opening spell actually. One defender just drops it into the onside. Finished with 9 overs, 1 for 37. Freddie Fellows with the ball a little earlier on. Good footballing skills by Tom Bailey. Final ball of the over. It's a wicket maiden for Will Williams. Playing a miss by Freddie Fellows. 24 overs gone. 121 for 4. These are the wickets that have gone so far. So Cumbria captain skying one down towards Jack Morley. Apologies, that was the Cumbria captain. Engine one behind to the keeper, George Bell. 4 wickets.
Change of bowling for Lancashire from the Evans end, number 16, Harry Singh.
He's enjoying his ice cream, is that chap? Quite a lot of it on his nose and round his lips. Tucking into his 99er. Harry Singh, who did bowl in this game last year, bowled 4 overs, picked up 2 for 27. And he batted very well for Lancashire. Top scored in that Lancashire innings earlier on today. Made 76 for the bat. Now has a chance to make an impact with the ball. Couple of singles off the first 2 balls of the over. He's bowled a bit in Lancashire's second team this season. Harry Singh. Picked up 2 for 65. Gets his first wicket here. 2 for 65 against Essex and 1 for 68 against Essex back in June. And Freddie Fallows hauls out to Tom Bailey. Takes the catch, and Harry Singh gets his first wicket of the day.
That's a wicket for Lancashire. Freddie Fallows out.
Big hit back over the bowler's head.
Bailey off the bowling of Harry Singh.
Bailey positioned it long off for that very shot. 5 down, 124 for 5. Pretty decent afternoon for Harry Singh. Impressive performance with the bat earlier on today. Gets a wicket in his first over.
Next batter to the middle for Cumbria, Nico Watts.
24 for 5, so Nico Watt joins Evan Williams, who's beaten on 57 at the non-strikers end. And if Singh's first over the wicket and going for 4 runs, 125 for 5. Let's continue our little sweep around the other ground, shall we? Take a look at the game involving Essex and Suffolk. This is at Woolpit Cricket Club. Essex making 347. And the reply is 197 for 2 from Suffolk. continuing to Watt. Cushy making a century for Essex in that match, 181. Nick Brown opening the batting with him. Followed that one, but nothing on it. Called a wire by the umpire. Nottinghamshire taking on Lincolnshire today in Lincoln at Lindham Cricket Club. Nottinghamshire 331. And here we go. The Lincolnshire replies 204 for 3. Replying to that Nottinghamshire total of 331. Hasib Hamid making 79 for Notts, and Ben Slater making 70 as well. Hamid skippering Nottinghamshire in the One Day Cup, as he has done for the last couple of years. In Stoke-on-Trent today, Warwickshire up against Staffordshire. Warwickshire 315 for 7. Ed Barnard 143. Michael Burgess making 63 for Warwickshire. Single out to square leg by Watt to double his score. Rob Yates, Will Rhodes, Jake Lintott, Oliver Hannon Dolby all featuring in that Warwickshire side. We're in Stoke-on-Trent for a game against Staffordshire. Staffordshire 167 for 7 in reply to Warwickshire's 315 for 7. The end of Williams over, Singh to continue. Just one more game to look at. This little sweep around the grounds in Truro, where Somerset taking on Cornwall today. Tries a catch, he got it up and over point, just about. Thin connection with the ball, really. And this is the Cornwall reply, 172 for 9. Oh, is it a hat-trick ball? Oh my goodness. How exciting, can we get the hat-trick ball in? This would be exciting. for Aldridge. Run away to point, and there's no run. So Somerset 272 for 9. Cornwall 172 for 9. Whether there's a hat trick there or not. Played off the back foot and worked away through the offside for a single. I think it was Casey Aldridge on the hat trick for Somerset. Survived the hat trick ball. Sing around the wicket, cut away. Through for a single. So that's how it's looking elsewhere in the fixtures. We'll keep a little eye on them games as we get towards the back end of this game here. Nice from Singh, just bringing Watt onto the front foot. Colin, can you move that camera a bit? Apparently. I couldn't think of another way to do it, really. Just do a bit of on-air production on your behalf there, Colin. 131 for 5. Williams on 59. Watt on 4. So it's 101 runs to win here for Cumbria. 96 balls left and 5 wickets in hand.
Change of bowling.
I want to see Josh Boyden.
Number 27, Josh Boyden.
Replacing Will Williams. Just a 2 over spell from Williams. Picked up a wicket in that spell. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14. The bowlers used by Lancashire. I'll run through that in a second. We'll just watch Boyden's first ball of this first spell back. Hammered away through the covers. That's going to be 4. He's enjoying his day out. Is Evan Williams. Moves on to 63, 135 for 5. Cracked away through the covers for 4. So Lancashire have used Bailey Williams Boyden, who's back into the attack for his second spell, to his 4th over. Ollie Sutton, George Balderson, Jack Morley and Harry Singh have all had a bowl today for Lancashire. Wickets have been shared about. One for Bailey, 1 for Williams, 1 for Boyden, 1 for Balderson and 1 for Singh. The wicket takers for Lancashire. Got Evan Williams, who's 63 not out. Will Frane's 25, the other noticeable score for Cumbria. 135 for 5. Boyden left arm over the wicket. Down the pitch comes Williams, swinging a miss. And then Bell tries to run him out just in case. We've been seeing some lovely pictures of the top of Sedbergh through the course of the day. Aerial views of the ground and the surrounding area and over the village and towards the fells. And back here on Wednesday for a match against Durham, the first game of the one-day cup. It's pulled down towards Fine Lake. It'll just be a single. And it is terrific to be able to bring you coverage of this via Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and that, but it is a bit of a logistical operation to do it, isn't it, Colin? You were with us in the first innings. You've come back to annoy me. I mean, to keep me company again.
I'm here till they find somebody better.
You've been enjoying having your drone up today, haven't you?
It's been good. Yeah, the weather's right for it as well. Yeah, it's just a nice gentle breeze. Helps. You don't like to fly the drone when it's still, because you get a wobbly rotor.
I take it there's like a maximum wind you can fly it in?
There is. It depends on. This is welcome to drone chat on Radio Lancashire. Yeah, there's different drones, different wind speeds, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll not bore you listeners with that.
No,
Scott.
No. So how are we getting these pictures back? What type of operation is this then? How is it all working?
Yeah,
because we're kind of we're surrounded in the fells. You're not isolated up here, or you're far from it. But it's not Emirates Old Trafford, is it? In terms of infrastructure that's in place. So how does it all kind of work?
So we're lucky enough there's a pretty decent infrastructure here in Sedbergh as it happens, and there's a good internet connection. But we've also got our 4G and 5G backups. So if, like in India, when a dog chewed through the internet cable,
Did that actually happen?
It actually happened.
Excellent.
It actually happened, and then the SIM cards kick in and cover the lack of internet. But I also have in the boot of my car a Starlink satellite dish as well. So if the worst was to happen, everybody at home will still see the cricket because we have many ways of connecting back.
Right. Okay. So these pictures go back to
Emirates Old Trafford.
Okay. Right.
And then in Emirates Old Trafford right now is Chloe and Josh E. And they take these feeds in. So we send a program feed. So I've got Josh B at the minute sat in the back of the van cutting these pictures for everybody, and Kieran's ball tracking camera, which is over the other side, is a separate feed that goes back to Emirates Old Trafford as well. So we could send each individual camera, but because it's just a lot easier, cheaper on the data charges as well if you kind of mix those things before you send them.
Okay.
And at the other end, Chloe does your replays and Josh adds the graphics and any VTs and any other bits and pieces we want, like the bug in the top left hand corner of your screen. That's all done at Emirates Old Trafford.
And would this be? It's in the air. Oh, that's a fantastic catch! Brilliant diving one-handed catch by George Lavelle.
That was outstanding.
Singh's second wicket. It ends an excellent innings by Evan Williams, but watch this for a catch. Brilliant by Lavelle. Away to his right, puts the dive in, one-handed, hits the deck. And all in a day's work for George Lavelle.
Good job, Kieran. That's great ball tracking, isn't it? Like, just brilliant. Great catch.
Gets his cap back from a gentleman watching the cricket, and then he gets a little round of applause from him as well. Brilliant catch by Lavelle. Super stuff. Very good knock by Evan Williams.
Off the bowling of Harry Singh.
He's battered nicely there for Cumbria. 6 down now, 136 for 6. So is the? I mean, we just seen that replay there of which obviously is done with a camera that can track the ball and follow it. So is what we're seeing here? How near is that replicated at Old Trafford? Is it like a slimmed down version of what we get there because it's away from headquarters, or is it still the same full fancy production?
Yeah, it's still exactly the same production, but split between 2 locations. So whereas in the early days when we were coming from Sedbergh, sorry, I'm just watching this replay again. It's just a cracker, isn't it? Amazing. When we first came to Sedbergh and Blackpool and Southport and Liverpool was another one. We took everything with us. The whole production went into the back of the van. So now we split it in half, and the big heavy things kind of stay down at Emirates Old Trafford, and the easy lighter things go in the back of the van. So there's definitely more room in the van to do things. So, but it's exactly the same: quality cameras, quality people behind the cameras, and quality connections and all that kind of stuff. So,
new batter is Josh Brown. Defends that first ball he's received from Harry Singh. He's enjoying a good day. Top score for Lancashire with the bat, and he's picked up a couple of wickets so far here. 136 for 6. He's a delivery away from a wicket maiden. 2 for 8 from 2.5 overs for Harry Singh. Just drops Lavelle back towards the long off boundary. Peering over his shoulder, waiting for him to get into position. And that is indeed a wicket maiden for Singh. So 136 for 6, 29 overs gone. Remember, it's a 43 over per side game this now, so 84 deliveries left and 96 wickets in hand. 1-3, 6 for 6. And of course, there's been quite a bit of outground cricket, hasn't it, over the last few months, I suppose. We've been at Blackpool for a championship match, we're at Southport for a championship match. So this is kind of second nature now to you guys?
Yeah, we're getting very used to it now. We've got a bit of a system going and a routine and a plan, and knowing exactly where we need to go. We have an extensive planning session every year before the season starts, and then we continue that session on. We check kind of at least two months ahead. We will look through every game and we'll just check who we've got kind of running the cameras, who's doing what, how we get in there. So we already know how we get in from here to Blackpool, we know how we're going to get from Blackpool back to EOT. So we plan all those things out in advance just to make sure.
1 for 28 for Josh Boydham, defended by Brown, and there's no run. And how has this developed now, Colin? I mean, how long has this streaming service now been going? I can't remember. It was a COVID thing, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
It came out of COVID, didn't it?
Yeah, there was that. I mean, I think it's 3 or 4 years. I think we've been doing this now, and we've definitely developed it well, and we continue to make sure that we don't just assume we're the best or anything like that. We're constantly trying to improve what we do. Hence why that's a bad commentating from him. At least they can see the pictures. So the guys that are listening on the radio don't know exactly what happened there. Sorry about that, everybody.
It's all good.
Yeah. So, the drone shots today, for example, is another example of what we're trying to do. And when we put the drone up for the first 4-day at Emirates Old Trafford for the Sky broadcast that we did, we thought it was important to just keep pushing the boundaries of that, and we will continue to try and bring things to the audience and the media consumers that pushes the idea, like miking up a player and all that kind of stuff. So
we did that here, didn't we, the other year?
We did.
We got George Bell on the mind, didn't we, the other year?
We did, chatting to a fan at home. I remember that very well. Yeah, and we'll continue to.
Because none of that was in place when it was first started, so it has developed a lot, hasn't it, in a pretty short period of time? Yeah,
we joke a lot about our first iterations, or is that the word you use, of what we used to do. And how we did it. And I'll be honest with everybody, I knew nothing about cricket when we first started broadcasting cricket, and I still know nothing about cricket. So it's a fascinating sport. But there's a lot I've learned over the past couple of years about cricket and about cricketers and cricket people and cricket fans, and there's a whole narrative around cricket that I'm starting to learn more and more of each time, and it's great to be able to capture that and broadcast that out to everybody, and not only the people in Lancashire but all across the world.
Final ball of the over, cut away, might be stopped by Barnard, or it might be 4. Yeah, it does. It gets underneath backward point, which is where Lavelle was, and it's up and over the rope for 4 runs to end the over.
Thank you to everyone who took part.
A little bit of width there for him to slice that ball away for 4.
Today. Over £200 has been
It's 142 for 6 at the end of the 30th over. Because you and your company also work in other sports.
Yeah,
as well, don't you? So I just wonder, how do you find working in cricket in terms of the flexibility, in terms of working with players and that type of thing? What's that like compared to other sports?
Yeah, it's great. I think we love it. We do rugby league. We've done some rugby union, football. What we find is it's all access is key, isn't it? It's been able to, and that sort of thing. You have to create an element of trust with the players as well, because you're kind of broadcasting their every movement's live and things like this. You have to create a relationship of trust and all that to do the things that we do, and it takes time and all that kind of stuff. You can't just walk in through the door and say, right, now we're going to stick a mic on you and everything you say is going to be broadcast. So you have to kind of create that relationship. But it's interesting when we do the rugby, it's a different type of pace game as well. If you think about a game of rugby, there's a lot goes on quite quickly, and there's lots of elements to that sport that you try and capture. The replays, Chloe will be sitting there thinking, right, what can I put together as a package to show as a replay here? Should we think about somebody getting their 50 or a wicket package? In a game of rugby, you might be thinking, I want to see the penalties, or I want to see the tackles, or there's a lot more going on. And to be fair, what we do is we do a lot with a few people, so it's harder as well because we're having to do a lot more. And I'll use poor Chloe as an example. She sits there as an EVS operator doing the job of about 4 EVS operators. So it's pretty cool to have people like that in your camp that can have that type of skill set. And all the guys that operate the cameras actually build the cameras, run the cables. If something was to happen to Josh in there, Katie could come down and direct, Liv could come and direct. So everybody has that skill set across everything, so then they take that to all the other sports that they do as well.
The back foot down the ground for a single, 146 for 6. And do you quite like that step up from doing a 4-day game and the slightly gentle pace of 4-day cricket and then switching to T20 cricket?
Well, yeah, it's interesting that actually, because I always ask the question about the players that, you know, going from a different format quite quickly as well, because it was 2 days ago we did a T20.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So is it kind of... So, I mean, I love the T20s. I love the whole fun about the T20s. I love directing the T20s and having the cameras out and about that sort of thing. And kind of want to try and bring a bit of that to the 1-day game as well. But the 4-day game is a strange one. The 4-day game, because it can last a long time when nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden something happens, and you need to be able to capture that moment quickly, and you need to be on. So you can't get into the trap of falling asleep behind your camera or falling asleep behind the desk. You know, as you know, you've got to talk for 4 days, Scott. You know, how do you do it? I don't get it. It's amazing. You know, but then you have to react. Then there's things unfold in front of you, and it's. I think one of my biggest frustrations is rain. That has to be one of mine. I love it. But
you do get a bit. You've no time for that. No patience for a rain break, have you?
I understand 4-day cricket more than I used to when I first started. There is a game of chess going on sometimes in 4-day cricket that you don't get in the 1-day game and the T20s and stuff. I understand that now, but sometimes there is a frustration around, what game was it where the game was pretty much sewn up. It was going to be a draw regardless, but it kept on going. I think Crofty asked me if I wanted to go in and bowl at one stage on it as well. Do you know what I mean? They just wanted it done. And I think that can be frustrating sometimes. But then again, it's all part of that game of chess, isn't it? It's like, is it going to happen? Is it going to, you know, are they going to try and go to chase the run chase, or are they going to try and bed in and be frustrating? And I guess watching a team being frustrating is just as much fun as not. I don't know. It is interesting.
Well, the live stream element to it, which has come to the fore really in the last 2 or 3 years. Of course, every county provides a live stream, and they differ in quality for various different reasons, probably mainly financial, but it's a ball-by-ball commentary service from the BBC that runs alongside all these things as well. I mean, the access that people have got to county cricket and the way it's received now. What kind of feedback do you have about what is done with Lancs TV?
Well, it's good actually. You're less grumpy about the things I make you do these days, which means you've come to terms with the fact that we're here for a while.
I just try to ignore you where possible, for being honest.
I mean, it must. I mean, has it helped you? Has it helped giving you that extra edge or whatever? And
well, I mean, I think in terms of access and visibility, it's terrific. Yeah, of course it is. I think having BBC have offered a ball-by-ball commentary service for about 10 years.
Yeah.
And now to have that alongside the visual element to it, I think he's brilliant. And you look at the viewing figures, and you look at the listening figures, and those accessing the coverage, whether via YouTube or via different channels or via the BBC, the numbers are absolutely brilliant. You know, so it's. I mean, great for the game, isn't it?
So the idea is take it to those different audiences, those people that the 4-day game especially, I think, is benefiting massively from this, because the audience that would traditionally maybe come and watch a 4-day game is still at work, and you know, they've got to pay the bills, but they can have it on in the corner. And actually we used to say that
it's in the land safe, or that there's two chasing after it, but mid-off and mid-on inside the circle.
I love hearing that, catch it. When it's like miles away, like catch it. Like you have the radio on in the background. That used to be the thing in the car. You got the radio on, that sort of thing. Well, it could be the 4-day game. It could be on in the office. You know, you could have that running in the office whilst you're getting on with your day-to-day work and stuff. And I think it's bringing that 4-day game to a younger audience as well, that might then be able to stick with it, invest in it over the next 10, 20 years. You know, a lot of people that are going to come to a cricket ground on a Thursday and necessarily working, they're probably retired, and like to have a younger audience into the 4-day game can only be a good thing for it. And the only way that you can connect to those younger audiences is through a digital platform. That is just is what it is.
Yeah.
They don't watch the news at 6 anymore. You know, that's why we benefited during COVID when we did things like United We Stream, and we brought the message of the COVID stay-at-home messaging to a digital audience, and that's what we're trying to do here with Lancs TV.
Yeah, well, I think it's all pretty good, isn't it? Or pretty successful. It's certainly great for the county game to have that coverage. We see Ollie Sutton return from the Evans end of the ground. It was nice to hear from the director of cricket, Mark Shonton, a while back, and he gave us a really good insight into Evans and into Sutton. And they've been kind of keeping across his progress, even though he's been a few years away from the Lancashire system. He's returned this summer, played some second-team cricket, and it's a chance in this warm-up match, and he's back into the attack. He's gone for 24 so far from his first 4 overs. That's played defensively by Brown up to mid-off, and there's no run. 148 for 6. We're in the 33rd over, so there will be 10 overs left after this one. We need 84 to win. Cumbria, if they are to go on to try and force a victory here. Short ball by Sutton. Swayed out the way of that did Brown, and there's no run. And the feedback you get, Colin, what's that been like, and kind of what the viewers and listeners are listening to, and certainly watching, those that are regular viewers on Lancs TV, what kind of stuff do you hear about how it's all done?
Generally happy with it and stuff like that. We do get the odd complaint when the audio's not right or anything like that. If we've done something to one of the Atmos mics and things like that, you know, people let us know quite quickly. But then they're expecting it because we've delivered it at such a high standard and stuff like this. And you know, we speak to the other counties as well. We speak to the other clubs. We've helped Worcester out with a few games in the past, and you know, we speak to those other clubs about what we're doing. So, in fact, we were lucky enough to be asked to do the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. And we're doing I always get this one wrong, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final. We're doing that as well. We've done the India against England Deaf series. We did that 7-game series. And we're doing a couple of Disability Premier League games for the ECB as well. And you know, generally people are quite happy because you know we're lucky enough that the Badgers are so committed to success, delivering successful broadcasts and stuff like that. So generally I think people understand what we're trying to do, and you know, we're doing it. This is the hard part as a businessman and as a business owner and stuff like this. We're doing it relatively cost effectively. What you would normally pay for a broadcast of this quality is definitely not what we're charging, but we're committed to the success of cricket in the digital space. So, and especially the women's game as well, we're committed to the development, because we do it with Sale Sharks and things like that. Our commitment to women's sport is such that, you know, we know that it will survive, and digital broadcasting is a good place for women's sport. So it all stems around from that really, and we're so lucky to have Lancashire Cricket as a client, because they trust us to come up with these crazy ideas like stick you on a roller in Liverpool, or put a microphone on belly in the middle of India and get him to chat to you back at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that was pretty daft, wasn't it? I mean, brilliant, but you know what I mean, that's like, you can't believe that actually worked.
Well, it always, neither can I, and I was the one joining the wires together. No, but we kind of, it all fit inside a suitcase basically that we took out to India. Myself and Katie went out there, and kind of the idea around that was to prove that we could do a full-scale production on a low-cost budget, and and bring that pre-season cricket to the fan base. And exactly what we did with COVID really is that, you know, that disconnection. There's a lot of people, remember, we've talked about it in the past, haven't we, that cricket, you know, there's a connection to a lot of people that might live on their own or might be somewhere else, that there's a connection, they want to be able to see it. So it's important for us to try and come up with ideas for that.
Jack Morley returns, left arm spin. I think one of the special moments about cricket returning in 2020 really was that idea, and obviously that's when we had that kind of collaboration with the pictures and the commentary for 2020. But hearing from cricket supporters who were unable to get to the grounds because everything was still behind closed doors, but then they had access to be able to watch it, and we heard some absolutely brilliant stories. And this was a case for lots of different things, wasn't it, about that the idea of not being isolated and still being part of something. And I think cricket, perhaps more than most sports, is cricket supporters have that sense of it being a bit of a family, and wait till winter for the season to start, and then when supporters couldn't get to watch their cricket and couldn't get to see their mates at the ground, and having the access through the live streams was massive. I think certainly we got fantastic messages, lovely messages from people listening and watching that couldn't get there. It's a nice shot down the ground. That'll be 6. That's a lovely shot by Brown.
Cracker.
It'll dance down towards Morley, hits it for 6. What a slip in place, Lancashire, down the pitch. A lovely follow through.
That was almost like a golf swing.
It was, yeah, it's a terrific shot. Moves to 9, 156 for 6. So I suppose, you know, just to maybe wrap it up a little bit, it's the in terms of what it does for county cricket and having access to these things, Colin. I mean, you obviously, you know, playing a big part in bringing the game to people, aren't you? That's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, I went back to education as a middle-aged fella, and that, trying to think want to kind of commit myself to something that's worthwhile and stuff like that. And I got into the media bug quite extensively, and I was relearning at 38 years of age is an old time to go back to uni and restudy, you know. So, but then I got into this situation where I was finding there was a lot of passionate people that wanted to do the same thing as me, and I kind of made friends with those people, and they've come along this journey with us, and they're here now, you know, today, you know, being part of that and that commitment and stuff. And I remember watching one of the women's finals a few years ago, and I thought to myself, oh, we need to help that, we need to be part of that, and we need to commit ourselves to that, to kind of drive it on. So I'm dead proud of everybody and what they do. I'm dead proud to be able to work with people like yourself as well, who embrace it, because there are people sometimes that don't embrace these types of changes and things, and it's difficult for them. But I think it's great when you get involved with a lot of people that are so committed to driving things forward. Really, it's great. And if people are committed like that, then we need to, you know, commit to it as well.
I've got a message from Gary Morgan.
Is he tired? Get him off.
Tell Colin he needs me as director.
No, he does. I tell you about Gary Morgan can't count down from 10 properly. He just can't. He starts at 10, 9, 8, 12, 6, 32.
It's the Sheffield version of it.
I don't know. I mean, he still gets to 1, but yeah, he definitely doesn't count it down in order. He was like, yeah, he does the countdown. He says the numbers not necessarily in the right order. But yeah, Gary's a top lad. He was pivotal to the success of what we were doing in India, for getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning to score the game in remotely. He scored that game from Emirates Old Trafford, and if you think about how difficult scoring can be even when you're at the ground, he was able to do that remotely. So, and again, it's you know, Gary's a great example of somebody that's bought into this craziness that we've come up with in regards to doing what we've done for Lancs TV. So yeah, brilliant. See, Gary, I said nice things about you, even though you said that.
Just beats the dive. And on the third man boundary, and away for 4. slip in place, and Josh Boyden on the third man boundary couldn't cut it off. 161 for 6. Needs 71 to win from 50. So any more innovations coming soon that I need to be aware of and try and get out of?
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of technology. It's always developing, isn't it? So we've been looking at, you kind of look at the artificial intelligence side of things, the data-driven AI analytics and things like that, and kind of the idea that the cameras can track a ball without having an operator on it and stuff like that. It's kind of good, but it's kind of bad at the same time. When you look at the technology is not quite there yet, and it's probably not going to be there for a few more years yet. An example of that was a lower league football match that was some tests, ball tracking tests were put at, and the technology was designed to follow the ball. So it was an 8K camera sat on the halfway line, and the camera was designed to kind of have a frame around the ball, and that was the idea. But then it was a sunny day, and the linesman was bald, so the sun bounced off his head, and the camera tracked the linesman for half an hour. So sometimes technology is a great idea. The theory's kind of put in, but if you can't tell the difference between a football and a bald man's head, then you're going to get that kind of thing.
Not ideal.
It's not ideal. But and then cricket as well, that ball can absolutely go anywhere, and it's the same with golf as well. The guys that track the ball in golf, just phenomenal camera operators. But again, in cricket, that ball can come off the bat any waveform, as you know. And having somebody, the other thing as well is you can't tell an artificial intelligence robot to go and track somebody in the crowd, or understand the we say the unfolding narrative in regards to the structure of what you're broadcasting and stuff like this. So sometimes you need people that you can chat to and debate with on the end of your comms pack. So, but then I'd like to be able to connect stats to the broadcast more, that second layer of data and stuff, so you can start seeing. We've had the wagon wheel up a few times. We've asked NV Play to help us with additional analytics and stuff like that, which I think is great for the audience to see. So I'd like to try and get more of that involved in the broadcast. Oh, and obviously there's more. There's more. Sorry. Yeah, the game's moving on, obviously, but there's getting that viewer at home to be interacting and driving the discussion. So having more people tweeting in and sending their messages and showing us where they are from home and stuff like that. We need more of that as well.
Well, it's certainly a sport that likes to be inventive, I think.
Yeah.
It seems to embrace technology, cricket, I think. Largely.
I think so, yeah. You watch like the upper levels of the game, the snickometers, the heat maps and all that kind of thing.
It'd be cool to get all that stuff in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
It should be out. It is, yep.
Nice.
It's a good reaction catch, actually, from Bell, because that may have taken a slightly awkward deflection off Josh Brown. Morley gets his first wicket. Another catch for Bell. Good game with the bat and with the gloves. Let's look at this back on the replay here. Left arm round the wicket. He balloons up the tip to the gloves and takes it on the second attempt.
Out to 15, called by George Bell off the bowling of Jack Morley.
It's 7 down, 164 for 7. Well, it's been nice chatting to you, Colin.
Sorry, that's code for get off me radio.
Well, not really, no. I mean, welcome to stay if you want.
No, but definitely, I think your viewers will be switching off in their droves, listening to me waffle on about how excited I am about cricket and technology. Cool, thanks for having me.
It's Colin, whose team, Badger and Coombs, are behind Lancs TV, and they all do a great job. They producing some great footage and replays and coverage of county cricket, along with a ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC, hopefully helping to further bring county cricket to the even bigger audience and accessibility to be able to follow your side home and away. It's pretty good, isn't it? Especially as Colin touched on, and so many games are played in working hours. It's difficult for people to always get down to watch the side, so having that access to be able to follow it is terrific. So Sam Sharp is the new batter, joining Nico Watts. Watt had a lovely day out with the ball. Had the pleasure of leading his side off because he picked up 5 wickets for Cumbria earlier today. That's the end of Morley's over. A wicket taking one, 3 runs off it and the wicket. So 164 for 7. Nico Watt picking up 5 for Cumbria a little earlier on today. Lancashire finishing on 231 for 8. And Nico Watt 5 for 43. So he's out there batting for Cumbria. All right, Ollie Sussam sets off again. Because there's no, it's driven down the ground before by Sharp. 2 Lancashire players chasing after it. Neither can catch up with it. 4 runs for Sharp, 168 for 7. Lancashire are effectively a bowler light here, aren't they? Well, they're not effectively, they are a bowler light because Jack Blatherwick is currently doing a few laps around the edge of the outfield. He's unable to bowl, Jack Blatherwick. He took a bit of a heavy fall earlier on. And it seemed to hurt his back a little, and he's gone and got himself changed, and short ball by Sutton banged in. Oh, that deflects away off maybe the shoulder potentially. Or been given us 4 leg byes. The score moves to 173 for 7. So yeah, Jack having to sit this one out, I'm afraid. Hopefully that fall wasn't causing too many problems. Hopefully just a precaution for Jack Blatherwick. It's given Sutton perhaps a little extra chance to show what he can do. He's into his 7th over. .173 for 7. Just hurries Sharp up for a bit of pace. He flecks away off the thigh pad. Had a couple of results elsewhere in the warm-up games. Somerset have beaten Cornwall, for example. They've beaten them by 95 runs. Middlesex have beaten Oxfordshire by 118 runs. End of the over, 37 gone, 6 remain. Warwickshire have beaten Staffordshire by 122 runs. Worcestershire have beaten the Wales national team by 182. Creation by 9 wickets, bowled them out for 182. Worcestershire win by 9 wickets. game between Cambridgeshire and Surrey was abandoned due to a dangerous pitch. Officially Surrey winning by 15 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. We've had one surprise, one upset. National County side beating the first class side. Cheshire have beaten Derbyshire by 4 wickets. So a good day out for Cheshire, beating pretty strong Derbyshire side. Cut away for a single by Watt, but the Derbyshire side, Harry Kane, Lewis Rees, David Lloyd, Matt Lamb, Brooke Guest, Ross Whiteley, Sam Connors, Mitchell Wagstaff. So there's quite a bit of first team experience there in that Derbyshire side, but they've lost to Cheshire by 4 wickets. Glamorgan have beaten Wiltshire by 7 wickets. It's out. Out, stumped, I think. Sharp going for the... Yeah, it was fine glove work by Bell. I think that's... Given that a stumping by the looks of it, don't think he's been given caught behind. I'll look back on the replay in a moment, but square leg umpire gave that out. Here we go. Let's have a little look on this. Into the reverse sweep.
That's a wicket for Lancashire, Sam Sharp.
Yeah, he's been stumped, hasn't he?
Out for naught, stumped by George Bell.
Stumped by Bell. Good work by Bell. He's had a good day with the bat and with the gloves. So 8 down now, 174 for 8. 4 catches and a stumping for George Bell with the gloves, plus he's 63 with the bat. Alistair Craig is the
next batter to the crease for Cumbria, Ali Craig.
I don't think that came off the bat, did it? I think he's played forward. I think it's come off Bell's gloves. Down to Lavelle. End of the over. Good one for Morley. 2 for 35. 38 gone. 5 overs remaining. Let's hope the weather's like at least like this on Wednesday. At least it would be dry. That we'll take that on Wednesday. Be nice to have a little bit of sunshine. But if it's looking like that and it's nice and dry, we'll take that on Wednesday for the full game. It's unlucky. What swung through that? Edges the ball past the stumps and down towards the boundary for 4 for Ollie Sutton. Quite sure he's not managed to rattle that back onto his stumps. Step to the leg side by Watt. Just steers it away down to third man where Boyden comes up to field. Elsewhere then, Durham have beaten Northumberland by 3 wickets. Durham will be here on Wednesday for the One Day Cup opening fixture. Yorkshire have beaten Shropshire by 247 runs. And Hampshire have beaten Dorset by 140 runs. Down the leg side by Sutton. Games that are still in play elsewhere. We'll come through some of the results so far. Norwich, Norfolk needs 76 runs to win, 24 balls left. Up against Northamptonshire today. Norfolk are 237 for 8. Northamptonshire making 312. There we go. 232 for 7. Norfolk in Norwich. Sussex against Hertfordshire at Arundel. Sussex 340 for 6. And Hertfordshire in reply 276 for 9. Essex are up against Suffolk. It's the end of the over here. 4 left, 182 for 8. So Essex made 347. Suffolk in reply are 267 for 4. Games taking place in Woolpit at Woolpit Cricket Club. More is going to continue. Nottinghamshire against Lincolnshire is in Lincoln today. Nottinghamshire made 331. Lincolnshire. That's a good finish. They need 26 off 17 balls to beat Nottinghamshire. 306 for 4. So Ben Slater got 70 and Hasib Hamid making 79. Dylan Pennington making 28. Lincolnshire 310 for 4, so that Lincolnshire need 22 from 16 balls to beat Nottinghamshire. The bowling attack includes Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton. Be a pretty decent day out in Lincoln, won't it, for the Lincoln boys, if they can get that. See whether... In fact, here we go. This is the pictures from that game. It's Brett Hutton bowling. It's what they need now. 18 to win from 15. That'd be an absolutely terrific result for Lincolnshire if they can beat Nottinghamshire. Bowling attack including Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington. So we'll see whether Lincolnshire can go on and beat Notts. Cheshire earlier today.
Change of bowling for Lancashire at the Evans end.
Able to turn over Derbyshire in their match. Bowling change here. Tom Bailey's going to return for Lancashire from the Evans end of the ground. Bailey 4 overs, 1 for 17. 5 overs from Will Williams today. 1 for 14. 6 overs by Josh Boydham. 1 for 34. Ollie Sutton 8 overs for 41. George Balderson 5 overs, 1 for 17. A couple of spinners used as well. Slower ball from Bailey. Jack Morley 2 for 39 from 8 overs. Harry Singh 2 for 12 from 4 overs. The only other game taking place currently is Somerset against Cornwall. In fact, I think that's now finished. It has. A victory for Somerset by 96 runs. Second wicket for Bailey. 9 down, Cumbria. Ali Craig bowled by Tom Bailey for 2. Could have been a slower ball that by Bailey. We'll have a little look back on the replay. It may have been one of Bailey's slower balls. Yeah. Deceived by Bailey. 9 down, Cumbria. 186 for 9.
And the last batter to the crease for Cumbria, Josh Sterling.
And Josh Sterling makes his way out to the middle. Last batter heading out. We're in the 41st overs, not long left now, just 15 balls left. Josh Sterling. Joining Nico Watt. Extra bounce from Tom Bailey. Lincolnshire, meanwhile, latest I've got from that game at Nottinghamshire, and they need 16 runs to win off 12 balls. That's a great finish. Another slower ball from Bailey. It's kind of loopy looking, almost like, looks like a full toss, and then it just dips down. End of the over from Bailey. Just a single coming off it. 187 for 9. Final over this for Jack Morley, 2 for 40. This is his 9th. Penultimate over of the innings. Cumbria, see if they can try and bat through, not get bowled out. Final pair together here. I thought he was going to give it for a second then. He just for a second, sure he was about to just raise the finger. He had a little twitch, I think, the umpire. Dot ball to end it for Morley today. Just a single coming off the over. So 9 overs, 2 for 40 for Jack Morley. Almost 3 for 40. I think for a second you thought maybe it was 3 for 40. The umpire was thinking about giving it out, wasn't he? Finger kind of went up a little. The arm moved, the right arm moved a little. Right, final over. Let's see a bit of Bailey off spin. No, not going to be. Good bouncer by Bailey. Slower ball again from Bailey. Harry Singh comes up to complete the fielding. Four left rather. It's down the leg side, called a wide by the umpire. Still 4 to go. Single by Sterling, flicked down to square leg. 190 for 9 then, so 3 balls left. back here on Wednesday for the start of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Durham here, 11 o'clock start. Pace off again by Bailey. So join us for that. Commentary via the BBC Sport website and the app, and the pictures via Lancs TV as well will be with you from just before 11 o'clock on Wednesday for the first match. Then we're off to Blackpool for game number 2. Pace off again by Bailey. Watt waited for it. Pulls the ball out towards the leg side for a single. Okay, she will bring back a few players that have been in and around their T20 side. Of course, the captain will return, Keaton Jennings, on Wednesday. Josh Bohannon as well. Final ball this. Bouncer by Bailey. Oh, he's called it a wide. He'll bowl it again. Sure, Bailey necessarily was in agreement with that decision to call that a wide. Off spin to end it. And that does indeed conclude the match. Cumbria have battered through the 43 overs. The end 9 down. 192 for 9.
Cumbria finished with a score of 192 for 9.
Winning this game,
have won this National Counties Cricket Association
as they did last year, but a good workout, I think, from
thank you for joining
both
us at the school
sets of players and
both teams. Lancashire's next game is also here
well
at
battered
on Wednesday in the Royal London One Day Cup.
By
We'll see you back here
Evan
to
Williams,
that game. And please have
making
a safe journey home.
impressive 64. Will Frain's 25 for Cumbria as well, but Williams certainly an impressive innings. And of course, Nico Watt with 5 wickets for Cumbria as well. George Bell's 63, Harry Singh's 76, and George Lavelle's 42 with the bat for Lancashire, setting up that target of 232. And then 2 wickets for Tom Bailey, 1 for Will Williams, 1 for Josh Boydham, 1 for George Balderson, and then 2 each for the spinners. Jack Morley 2 for 40. And Harry Singh 2 for 12 from his 4 overs. So another enjoyable game of cricket here at Sedbergh School. This annual warm-up match is a good fixture to play, and an enjoyable way, I think, to start the One Day Cup. I think it's a really good idea to have these showcase games between the national counties and neighbouring first-class counties. I'm sure Lancashire will feel, Dave Benkenstein there, the head coach for Lancashire at the back there, will feel as though that they've had a pretty good afternoon and seen a bit of everything from different players. Young Rocky Flintoff also having a go with the bat as well. A little cameo for him. First time in the Lancashire first team. So congratulations to Lancashire. They've won this game here, and we'll be back on Wednesday for the main event. I just want to let you know that Lincolnshire have beaten Nottinghamshire, which I think is a fabulous result. That's a fantastic victory for Lincolnshire. They've beaten Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets, so congratulations to them. That's a really strong Notts side that they've put out as well. And congratulations to Cheshire, who've beaten Derbyshire as well today. But we shall leave you, I think, from Sedbergh. I think we're going to wrap up. We can see the beautiful pictures again that we're lucky enough to be able to bring to you. this gorgeous looking ground. If you are available to watch some cricket on Wednesday and you fancy coming to Sedbergh, I urge you to try and take the chance to do that. I think it's a tenner for a ticket. Forecast is pretty good. Come spend the afternoon watching some cricket here, you won't regret it. And that's the view and the scene that awaits you if you're able to get to Sedbergh School on Wednesday. That's where we'll be, back with you from around about 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. From the entire team, enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers. and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.